Alright, guys, I'm here. I don't want to be. Um, I feel like hell, quite frankly, and seems like a good day to snack and chill and, got a few things to do, but, yeah. No, it doesn't matter. Point is, uh, just, whatever. It's just where I'm at right now, right? I just don't want to be here. However, unfortunately, after a really good day and night, etc., had some tech issues, so I had to go about compiling some of your pieces of shit, old school, which ensured that, well, couldn't miss some of your old bullshit. Right. Because I know what's up. I don't know what the fuck you're doing. I'm just sort of checked out, removed from it lately. Just, yeah. I know what the fuck y'all doing. I've been knowing. Anyway, but it's, so I had to listen, uh, in ways to some of you. That's, which is fucking terrible. Always is. But, anyway, hopefully I'll have things fixed, today and going forward, or going to go through this fucking nightmare again. And I can just check right back out for the most part. So, I have a few orders of business here before I have to address. Fucking Hans Hill over there and the stupid that just occurred. First order of business, dear Pizzagate, Pennsylvania. I'm gonna need you to stop at. Stop it. Okay? Lord God knows it means that anybody gives it attention, Jesus Christ, then it'll really wear skins and mimic and parrot and copycat and do whatever. And be like, oh, God, we're friends now. You know, it does the things. Jesus Christ. Fucking psycho. Anyway, I never ever said shit about a workbench. Uh, and any of that. You're fucking. You know what? No. What was it you said when you were on? Doing whatever, I don't know. Ugh. Anyway, like usual, Pizzagate, um, Pennsylvania's putting out propaganda and bullshit. Shit never said. Shit, whatever. What's new around here? It's something all these creators do. And, these criminals. It's kind of their fucking, well, bread and butter, ain't it? Anyway, you know, nope. So never said any such fucking thing. Fuck you. Love you going on with the Hive's twisty narrative of the people you supposedly hate, so you're not part of. Trying to 2+2 shit that ain't 2+2. It's just, God, you people are old. Anyway, I'm gonna need you to, once again, I'm requesting over there for you to get your happy Ozempic Ed Gein in the moonlight looking ass in what looks to be somebody else's skin. We're not sure who's wearing it. Anyway, it looks like a bagging suit. Stop it. It's scary, really. Keep expecting a zipper. Bitch is creepy, y'all. Had years of it. I'm allowed to just. Ew. Anyway, yeah. I'm gonna need you to stop that. Go get somebody else's skin suit. Jesus Christ, you tiny little obsessed orc. I don't know. There was some other stupid, goofy shit in there. Her jerking off Jensen. Yeah. Nobody cares. That dude's a whole ass fucking piece of shit. Nah. Yeah. About as much of anything as a Moselle or anybody else the fuck around here. All dirty or fuck too, ain't they? All like. Anyway, so I don't know. There's a whole bunch of shit over there. For some reason, it's targeting. I don't know. There's some shit. It's suddenly going after others. And look. Listen, Linda. Listen. I'm gonna need you to stop pretending to folks that you are not one of the biggest criminal motherfuckers doing the most criminal shit in Summer's case for all these goddamn years. And that you didn't come from Scott and Ziggy. Yeah, hear me, Pizzagate, Pennsylvania? Do you hear me? And that you didn't start your shit with lies, slander, defamation, targeting children, gross ass fucked up shit, threatening, terrorizing, stalking, staying inserted in and around people's life spheres. I'm gonna need you to shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Okay? Fucking Shrek writing talentless AI fucking trash. Anyway. That's just. She is part of the team. And I'll tell you, she been working. She been working. Alright? Some of the worst with the formulation and script writing of and 4,000 owls in raincoats and 9,000 fake ass fucking accounts and the triggering and listing, and she's been one of the ones working closest with team building makes the nightmare work. Anyway, so whatever. Pizzagate bagging suit. Tiny little obsessed organization. Alright. So, and that's just a minor thing. It's like, see what you're doing now. So, anyway, I guess it got its attention for the month. It sounded sad. It said, Jody's not been doing that for a while. She ain't been doing it. Fuck you. You're part of the group and name. Anybody who's... Shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. Pizzagate. Shut the fuck up. Anyway. Second order business. I know now she's acting like she's on man at least K2. The fuck out of here, by the way, with that. What are you talking about? Taking minor kids this, doing that, and it's the other Pizzagate? You built your whole little online career on that and pretending to be my, like literally, you got your ass up on Prayer Garden, which Ziggy, by the way, helped build. And Prayer Garden worked for the team and for the Wells, right? I know you know this. So, they helped build your ass, You got yes up there pretending to the world that you and I were friends, and look how I treat under false pretense, full on fucking lie. And then you did all that shit to my kids for years. Okay? You also play and manipulated with Little Hive for years. You were in with Penny and the rest and BK and everybody else till y'all thought I was stupid enough to buy flip flop shit. I ain't, well, it ain't ever gonna happen, alright? People forget y'all's roots around here. Or don't know your origin points. I do. I for the most part. Um, anyway. All I'm saying is that what you did with children is fucking insane. The amount of danger, harassment, life-changing shit you alone did, and the shit you put out still persists about like Fred shit from being persists. Um, so I don't even know what the fuck you're going after, Lisa. Quite goddamn frankly. Anyway. Yeah, no. Now, second note, oh, we'll call that note 1.5. We're moving on to 2. 2 is Lisa K is a dumbass, also part of the fucking Hive, the team, and been working for, oh, you guessed it. Okay? I ain't having none of it. Y'all do what you want to do. You jerk all their dicks. I don't give a damn. Go throw money at them. Buy them a gun like somebody did for Lisa K. That'd be real groovy considering, and this is where I'll agree with Pizzagate, Pennsylvania, that she's a fucking creepo and she's one of them really fucked up women. And like a lot of the viewers and others who are just like, oh, a terrible monster that kills, murders, rapes women and children or beats them. Oh gosh, I'm in love. Let me find one that has a life sentence that I don't have to worry about getting away. It's a man! It's Piper handling first handler monster acquisition thing with the green eye shit that belongs to Alive Monsters. It's fun, fuck it. We're not going over all the shit, but anyway, Lisa and her post, I caught it. Swear to God, that bitch really said, Candace the Don ain't ever did meth. They don't do meth. Bitch, please. Sit all the fucking way down. Sit all the fucking way down. I don't give a fuck which monster cock it is. You sit on and spin. Shut the fuck up, please. Okay? Shut the fuck up. You're as bad as Jenny and Adrian over. Swear to God. And all of them, really. The fuck. Fuck they didn't. Least K. Fuck they didn't. Among many other things. Shut the fuck up, please. And I think you can pretty well discern how well other real experts buy that bullshit anyway. From them not buying Dawn's, I had to go on YouTube and look at it. Right? And I think we've known this. I mean, like, I love that you're butthole cleansing and you're this dedicated. We know how dedicated you can be, okay? And inserted. We know. Alright? We also know your points all the way know back how much fake shit you pulled. I'm fucking done with you, lady. Shut the fuck up. And I can say that as X125, who knew the fuck, also heard it from their own lips, and seen some of the shit. See? See how it works? Anybody remember once or twice told you about Candace coming midway after I've been like, I was doing math last night, and I was like, wait, ain't you got like a heart problem? What the hell? I didn't know what to say there. It just come out. Like, guess you thought it was like a regular conversation. That was popped out. Which I think that's raptor testing, to see, you know, what other people are okay with, what they're not. Judging, yeah, it's different ways for different pieces of shit like that. But I was like, and she's like, don't even make me do it. And I'm pretty sure you can view Amy Tate, that, well, Candace and all them had it. You know what? It doesn't matter. They just had him at the vigil around the boys several days before taking, and then they're like, but YouTube, definitely not Tate and Sanchez and all them hanging out. Tweak the fuck out. And then selected those people to continue hanging out, tweaking their fucking balls off for months. Yeah, months and months and months. Yeah, no, they never. Anyway, whatever, Lisa. Shut the fuck up. I mean, be windshield wiper for monster ass cracks you like with Hive. Shut the fuck up. And eventually I'll get there. Because somebody needs to out this bitch too for what she is. I'm just saying. This is old. This is fucking old as fuck with that one. And most creators and everybody else even the fucking shitty creators, and those like Justin and everybody be like, fucking Lisa K. And it ain't cause it's cause she's just a special type of ew. But I guess she'll work with Hive real well and Ryan and everybody else. Alright. And I don't know. We'll go on to point number 3, 4, 5, and 6,000 here. I guess if they're running you the fuck around like idiotic sheep is what does it for you, so be it. If you're fucking entertained by being taken advantage of or participating in, helping propel this shit with every click, like, view, etc. you give them, or dollar bill, or whatever the hell it is for the absolute destruction of Summer's case, which is absolutely their intent and what certain people's teams want. Anyway, I mean, it's just how it is. Yeah. Then so fucking be it. But they give her saying she's suing somebody for putting out misinformation, did it, I guess, on Fred. And Ryan having no receipts on anything and just saying whatever. Bitch, you've been doing that for years. For years. Just fucking up people's real lives. Stalking, committing crimes. You and Fred both. I mean, stalking the you know what? Ryan over there with he does no harm, but he has correct. Bitch, that motherfucker can't even fucking climb goddamn the faux sense ball that falling down and touching city logs. I don't want to hear it. Alright. I will agree with, wildly enough, sometimes, Zach Hag on the fact that he was built. He was brought here. Well, no shit, dolls. Proof's all there for that. Better yet, I love how all of you are still acting stupid. That Ryan and goddamn Jen, y'all acting like they ain't been here the whole goddamn time. Like they just appeared suddenly with Deception Detective. Who already caught being a deceptive little cunt himself when he and Ryan and Jen all showed up at the same time. And Ziggy and PG and Cher were the ones that were like, hey! Anyway, but Deception himself was like, oh, I'm new here, but then later on, he's like, well, I was here for like a year, but then I left, and they're just coming back. Bullshit, they've been here. Now he's selling you goddamn Deception Detective things. Has been. Dude's a whole ass goofball. Anyway, y'all just do whatever. And then at the same time, Ryan and Jen just suddenly come in. Yes, they did. Hell, even I was like, well, I guess he's after facts and truth and there. Sure. Oh, God, should have known he came from that conspiracy shit, and he'll do anything to be the weird-haired guy on the History Channel. That place will just let anybody on one. But like News Nation and others, they just let anybody up on the motherfucker. Yeah, Anyway, so I'm like, fucking missed me with this shit. It's very clear how there's lives several years ago I did where you can see that Ryan thinks he's cheeky. Ryan says he's everything from a private detective to a fucking writer who's over, like, I don't know, whole ass employees and an office. And, like, Ryan is a built ass fucking con piece of shit looking for fame. Alright? It started out just like Zig said with the I'm helping brother. Well, where are the videos for the brother? Anybody? He's climbing mountains that weren't even open. Damn, he's magical. Anyway, and all this other horseshit. No proof of any of that either. It's fucking wild. And then suddenly, his wife one time, there's a car wreck at the top of the mountain. He was like, oh my gosh. But then by like episode 5, so Jen has full on spirits. She's a medium, a psychic, you know, she's all the things. And she has funny feelings for unhappy children at festivals and Fun Fest barrels. Yep. Oh God. Is this a blank screen type of day? Please say it is. Anyway. So. Yeah, so I'll agree with Zig on it. But the thing is, Zig is not oblivious, nor the rest of y'all. You know they've been here all along playing fucking games. Ryan and him were not new to Summer's case. Ryan is a piece of shit, a con, a fraudster. He's looking for whatever. It doesn't matter, okay? He's a piece of shit. Facts. There's enough proof out here to show it. Now he's deleted, changed, edited all kinds of shit, but truth remains. And he is definitely built and here for a reason. And these same ones that are pretending they're ignorant of all of it are the same ones that knew he was here, helped him do it all along, and are still scamming and conning you with them while they all pretend fucking fine. Like I said, if you continue to enjoy the circle jerk and being defrauded, scammed, fucked with, mind fucked, emotionally manipulated, taken advantage by these same motherfuckers working in a group, pretending they're all having fake fights and threatening each other, and they're not part of the goddamn team and working together, you have at it. Alright? Have the fuck at it. And then, like, Ryan did some shit with, I don't know, somebody's people, and then before that, there were some other people, and, falsely inflated views again, not they're all comfortable. I did note that the team made Don B take down a certain vid, which sort of told me a lot. Great show, guys. Great show. Good effort on distracting or listening. Manipulating. Blah, 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 blah. Ain't gonna happen. Now, and that's gonna go into what I'm getting ready to tell you. Which is that and it will go into what we're getting ready to fucking unfortunately listen to. Yeah. I don't want to listen to it again. I don't want to listen to them. I hate these people a whole hell of a lot. Oh, God, don't I? Alright. Dear Prayer Garden. Ziggy. Fred. Ryan, Jen. Jenny, Adrian, etc. I'm gonna tell you right fucking now, like I've said for months. Maybe a couple years now. I have enough, as it stands, to out all of you and what you were doing with other locals well, not other, but with locals in and around cotton shit to show the world and law enforcement and feds exactly what all of you all are doing right fucking now with this shenanigan fuckfest drama circle. And I'm sure they probably already have some. So, or if maybe all of it. Well, except for like maybe the most recent recordings. Or, well, they might have those too. Anyway, um, sorry to tell. The point is that you've been working with Cotton's people for longer than we've been public. Oh yeah, I'd hate for your audiences and those you're taking advantage of for all this time with this cotton horse shit and everything else to know that. But that's the goddamn truth. The thing is, that goes back to Jeffrey Scott Hunt and A.B. Scott Priestap and others in the beginning. Do you remember the local Scotty boy went to school with? All right, Mister He knows the PIs and shit. That's Scott. Uh, and that. Oh no, we didn't have stalkers, but yet he was sending people back. These are two of his. Yeah, they come back here every day anyway. Right, dears? We've been knowing this, alright? And they've admitted to it. Let me make that clear to you. And then AB got a particular one up on panel. Anybody remember that in the way back? Hmm? And that bitch don't even know me, and she lied and said shit that wasn't true and threw shit off, and then offended the shit out of me by saying certain things about other family that was not true. I was like, who the fuck is this bitch? And she fully admitted, while AB was like, look here, the order's protection. That Andy was ordered not to put out noise, but did it anyway, right? And then Jody Sue, like Jane and Adrian, proclaimed, there's nobody there until history on this stuff sign. Remember all that shit? But then there's one of them, wound in with Cotton's folks. Yeah, buddy, she is. She all invested in that Boswell shit, too. Weird, eh? That's how she was here. Several of them were around Cotton's peeps prior to Summer Bash. And they definitely knew some of these local creators that were wildly enough in Summer School, like Jeffrey Scott Hunt, who really ShamWow targeted us, right, and built shit like CZ with Ziggy and Prayer Garden. It's this like little thing, it just won't quit. Right? And then Ziggy's always like, oh god, they're good. And then Ziggy built Prayer Garden, so there's that. It's always Ziggy. And Scott, and a few others, like Chasing and such. But you'll not hear Chasing often, because, well, you know, you gotta keep that demon the cleanest of all. Anyway. So, anyway. There's a particular set of folks here locally, okay, that have been working with to fuck around in Summer's case. Also, I'm just gonna make this clear. The one up there lying her fucking fat goddamn cunt pants off, right? That one thought she was funny. That one apparently, allegedly, was under investigation for a murder that Jason, Chad's brother, and some others committed. Because there was blood all over her fucking car and shit. And she was like, I don't know. I don't know. But that one, all you really gotta do is look at, well, I guess, things to see, all the dirty indictment shit it's friends with. Weird how it just reared its little head up. Anyway, So that was strange, right? It was totally like when everybody's heads. And then I don't know others around Cotton want to continue to play fuck around and find out. Even after being requested even in the middle of the night to stop the fucking shit eons ago. It still hasn't stopped. Still has not stopped. Fuckery continues. I can tell you the fuckery continues because and this shit in the past few days here. Um, it just never ends. Some people just sticking with it locally. I don't know. And they are in touch with well, a whole lot of these creators, and they've been doing some fuck shit, including on the ground here making sure the shit about Cotton got fed to Fred. All you really got to do is go back and listen when Fred did that interview with Ziggy, and he says he had just been told that. Yeah. And then it's Ryan in the background and all the little critters and all you little helpers and researchers. I don't know, subverting rules where jail tried to shut Ziggy down and all of you were doing the, hey, no, we'll get a hold of other inmates on their chirps about Fred, right? And then you catch Fred and Ziggy conning all of y'all with Ryan, and Fred being stupid and outing that he knew it was he that was going to show up to interview on it was Ryan, right? That was around the barrel bullshit. Uh, they were telling Fred what's like. It's you only really had to go back to that point. Okay, now I assume someone here locally, wanted this shit fed out to Fred, knowing he'd just pick it up like a fucking fish to water, right? And then what could be done? It'd make Fred look this way and that way. Fred, then he's just Fred. And I don't know, might create chaos, mud, more content, Jello. Might help those who are actually guilty get away with shit because you're creating this amount of shit. You just never know. And God knows the team loves that. Right? Fuck yeah, they do. Anyway. And then they had these same folks, stupidly enough, trying to fuck with me. I mean, other than the fucking bullshit they did on and otherwise openly, right? And I know the real family members in between some of us have requested they stop. I know their own children have requested they stop because of the fucking danger they're putting them and little ones and others in. I know some have even said they're being demanded drug tests of to make sure that they can remain clean. I'm sick y'all shit. And all of you are banking, literally, on the fact that there are people in between all this that I don't want to harm, bother, cause any pain for anything else, and therefore I won't out, say, do, whatever, right? And that includes the creators. I hate to tell you this, but there comes a time when I'm gonna be fed up to fucking here, and I'll be like, fuck all y'all, and I'm gonna strip it all away. No matter who I care for, and who I don't want fucking hurt. As they continue to ask you, who are playing with these tragedy pimps, to stop, and they've also asked you nicely to stop fucking around and tampering with and lying on and stalking myself and my family. You should know better. And I'm sorry, I'm always going to have a problem with certain ones of those showing up 2 days after Cotton died with mass amounts of fucking meth, wanting to show that shit the fuck off. Not a word in the world about Cotton. Didn't act a bit grieved, anything else. Pretty damn proud of that large amount of meth that just fucking peed over and out. What is it, like a daily? Man? And, of course, too cowardly after call months prior to the AB shit or anything else to even speak, turning him away. But still stalking the fuck out of us and feeding all the info back on me and my family. That you had no right to be doing to Scott H. and the team and Don and Candace Wells. Fuck you, bitches. You hear me? And all you creators work. Now, if y'all want to continue on this game, like y'all ain't playing it with, for, around some of Cotton's folks, and they ain't the ones you're goddamn doxing right now making people believe, either. Wonder what the fucking purpose is in that. Hmm? Because y'all know better. You're just misleading and pumping out that disinformation. Gotta have more content, y'all quote figured out college or have fake fights over it. Weird part is the people you doxing right now are people you use platforms for around that box head thing that PG and only do balling connection with cotton all this shit. That was actually a vague warning to others getting ready to go to court. It was using YouTube to hide it and do that. I guess tell them shut the fuck up. Better not be snitching and shit. That type of shit. But whatever, right? What the fuck ever. And now we're back on this shit again. No, 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 no. I hold enough. And what? Same people, all of y'all have now been like, I testified, we've been talking to God's people and all this shit, and look, here are the autopsy reports, here's this, here's that. Right? Then what, you gonna turn around and call them liars? When their own words. On videos, on things, linking back to doing all this shit for all these years. How you gonna separate from all that shit, motherfuckers? When they literally have given all of you all up links. And that they're fucking around with all of y'all. And then that you all are having them fuck with us. And even, I don't know, communicate with us and try to pump us for info, right? Bitch, just some of us look stupid to you. Well, here's an address. Oh, there's black vehicles sitting in the driveway. You would know all about them. Well, I figured you might. And I'm like, huh? Y'all spare me. And when people aren't themselves and you know what they're saying to you is patently false and it's not something they would say to you if they weren't up shenanigans and they had others listening or recording it and it's there, for whatever the fuck. But they want to make sure to make themselves look all, But you know the truth, people be arrested for like prescription this, dope shit, and you make sure that shit ain't gonna fly. They're gonna be like, oh, I'm recovering, and then this, and then that, and play fucking games and say, no, we're not gonna do that. It's not how I operate. Absolutely. It's a good try there, Jenny, Adrian, Ryan, etc. Hate that for you. Anyway, I'm interested in which one of y'all that's connected with them and all upholding all this shit for months. Been like, these are our sources. Right, Ryan? What are you gonna do? Turn around and call them liars? If they're lying on all y'all and being connected with you, and that they're giving you info and they've asked you not to put certain that and this and that, yeah, well, what are you gonna do? Huh? What are you gonna do with some of us who actually hold real shit? Start putting that shit the fuck out. Which I find detrimental. And chaos causing and do more shit where y'all can twist and do whatever with. You know. Cash in on whatever, but in the way that it would just rip all your little fucking shit all to shreds and for the world, that's pretty helpful. However, it can and will hurt real people, and just will create more chaos and content for you all to fuck around in, pretend to have arguments over, possibly end up really getting people who are worried about you getting hurt, which is like fucking Z overlocks. And like, that bitch is straight open snitching on me. What the fuck? Anyway, pretty confident. I gotta say, some of y'all once again have zero understanding of how far things go, and what's in your own backyards. Like you're pissing the fuck off. You might think you're in California, Canada, etc., wherever the fuck, Indiana, Kentucky. You're just covering it, and you're all safe in your little picket fence or your trailer or whatever, talking about summer and all these people, and oh boy. Have I got news for you? I've been telling you. You ain't. But either way, that's part of it, alright. Build and script this giant fucking narrative that comes from teams and Squall and fucking PGs on down. And this big bad hillbilly junkie whatever organization trafficking da 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 da. You know why it's been done? Should be pretty obvious. Of course you'll, all this shit's gonna matter. Who am I to say that whatever, right? Chances are, whether those who resided on 110 I mean, yeah, there are probably drugs involved, or a user, or something like that. You just, you know what I mean? And probably has ties into things, but that does not mean it was done for an organization or trafficking or anything like that. It's not what it means. I mean, though, I guess all possibilities are there. But the reason I go with it is because it sells, guys. And because if you create that amount of public doubt, it could keep all the shit going, chaos, make things unprosecutable. I mean, that's really what certain teams desire and certain folks. Whether guilty or not, you can pretty much see that's true because they're on written dumbass messages. You know. So, it's just how it is. Y'all continue to play in it, watch it, view it as entertainment, but each time you do, it brings it up, and others see it, and whatever. Right? It's just my opinion, of course. And as they all create these false suspects and false this and false that, you know. And honestly, I sincerely believe that there has been an effort since, I don't know, law enforcement was really called first day to start setting up and pointing at other people and all the wrong people and innocent people. Anywhere but at. Now it's just expanded, magnified, multiplied. But, and if you know these motherfuckers, all of them that have been doing the most motherfucking around, in Summer's case, they're very well known, and their patterns and behaviors always say they're always doing that same exact thing. Marlena, Fred, Candace, Dawn, Grandis even, Laura, the rest, they have a habit, but especially C and D and crew. I've always trying to flip and set up before they, anybody can get the, get ahead of. And it's sort of pattern, And I'd love to tell you it's just my opinion, but I've seen it. And been at the brunt of it. And I've watched them do it to others, including Marlene and others that you see her fucking around. And Allie, etc. Right? And you can see it throughout their lives with police reports, this, that, and the other. It's a thing they do. They work as a team, especially once together. And it is a thing they very much do every time police are involved or something happens. And basically every story of their fucking life. So, and in my case, I have receipts for the shit several times over, and watching them have a great time as they're setting up other people in line, law enforcement, trying to get ahead of and make it look like it's another person's fault after they've been the ones to initially do somebody wrong. Or do the heck wrong and bad things. See, that's what happens when you have receipts and proof. And enough to lay out patterns of behaviors for others and how they act and react. And right, so, throughout years. Anyway, but I'm telling you, there are people who give a shit who are watching. I do indeed howled and have, absolutely have. No jokes, no. Well, if you don't release them, then that means. I'm telling you, I have absolute proof and confessionals of these people around Cotton fucking with each of the creators that you see now doing this, and they've been doing it with them. They've been formulating, scripting, fucking around with Fred fucking around with all them. Hold on. Whole goddamn time all this has been going on. I know y'all had joy and entertainment and whatever else out of it. It's not entertaining. It's a fucking shit show. And it's a scam, and for some reason locals are wanting Fred to be whatever for Cotton's thing. Hell, maybe Cotton does. Maybe that, you don't know. That's up to feds and law enforcement to figure out. It did, however, by feeding Fred that and knowing his personality and modulating him, by feeding that to him somehow while he was in jail, it did get him looked at, didn't it? At least the lie detector given, that gave y'all some really good entertainment, right? It got what teams probably wanted done, didn't it? Probably another misuse and fucking around law enforcement necessary to get what they want in ways they want it without looking like the jackasses requesting it. As they sit back and let this realm and others do their dirty work. They do all this, what will this motherfucker respond to? What will those like Fred with his personality? Y'all remember Ryan being like, yeah, he just picks up stuff and then he spits it out like he was here, there, everywhere else, right? Or he's part of it, etc. They knew that. Somebody fed that shit to Fred. I'm telling you they did, most likely. And there's always all possibilities, of course. But I find it weird that certain people are caught and are dead set on Fred having to be part of it. And I'll tell you, the same people that Ryan's saying that have given him calls, that is not. I've never heard any such thing about Texas. It's always been that so and so said, and this Aaron, and they told them, or whatever. Nothing to the effect of text messages, phone call, nothing like that. Now, does that mean later on Ryan didn't get somebody to record Fred after it had been fed to him and he wanted to say stupid shit? Sure, he could do that, I guess. They are set up motherfuckers around here, but, you know. It has some Shelby Shell vibes on it, don't it? What y'all do get? Ernie and Jimbo to do it shit again? And be like, oh, we got one in, click, and here we'll turn it over to law enforcement so they can get away, it's covered. It's fine. So anyway, the point is that I do hold enough to prove to the world that some of Cotton's people have been here through Boswell and in these groups. They absolutely do have personal relationships with those like Jeffrey Scott Hunt, Scott H., who really came out of the box with CZ targeting the shit out of us on certain dates to do with journalists and news pieces and the weird messages in the middle of the night and people in yards. There's weird shit, you know. It's not running Dr. Phil there. So anyway, I don't know. Can't imagine. So anyway, you know, I assume it's more of the somebody fed Fred something. Made sure that. And how's he gonna, Honestly, in that interview, Fred sounded more upset and reality based over them apparently questioning the shit out of him about the money more than anything else. He wanted to jump over that, get the two death investigation, lie detector. Somebody wanted that shit done. They used this. I'm telling you, I'm just whatever at this point. And then they're watching what Emily does and doing this and doing that. I'm telling you, that's what's been going on. It's pretty fucking tragic and terrible. But anyway, yeah, I do hold enough. And enough little confessionals from Cotton's peeps. And enough show all of them lying to you all. Every single one of these goddamn creators right now for all this time. And this is horseshit again, rinse and repeat style. They're adding new things in, of course. They're doxing all the wrong people. Looks like they're dry snitching on some and probably weird threatening them again somehow, someway. And Ziggy, I don't appreciate you put my name in there with that fucking whatever the fuck that was, and we'll get to that in a minute. With the whole whoever the hell that is in the camper thing. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? And the only way I ever remember mentioning that here uh, was in response to some more dumb shit one of these assholes put out. And Fred was saying or whatever, and it made me think of that case. And now those people had certain ties into certain places. I was like, But yeah, that the reason they were ever mentioned online is because of Fred, Ziggy, the others. But there's my name thrown in, and Ziggy going with the narrative of I'm the one that loves to bring those people up. Blah blah. Bitch, no. Only time I ever said anything was in response to. And then I had moments of wait a minute, aren't those linked to possibilities of, you know. Either way, it was really the only mention of it, and it was cause yeah. But yeah, I love that. Way to take care of Fred's responsibility for throwing everybody, and I just can't even with any of them right now going on. And Z talking about Doxity, oh my god, Doxity, and Pizzagate, Pennsylvania. Are you bitches serious? Of course. I just cannot believe people listen to you and eat that shit up. I just cannot. Still to this day, even after this many years. I cannot believe people do not click into your channels and within 2 seconds go, oh dear. Exit and go away. Like they can't hear and see you for what you are clearly and what you're doing. It astounds the fuck out. Oh, it really does. People's monster doors are off or something. This is why there's so many gold Yeah, I know I was muted. I was brushing my cat. Anyway, so I'm just telling you that. And there are people, like I said, that I care about in between who don't deserve any of this shit or for y'all to be doing this around their loved ones, etc. And have requested for those people working with all you creators, they've asked them repeatedly to stop this shit and to stop fucking with me and my family. Because those people actually do know my family, not the ones fucking around with you all, say, but the ones trapped in the middle of this shit show. They have warned and told these people to stop, and what they're doing is wrong. They need to be out here with their goddamn liabilities. There ain't no need in them working with you all. They've been told repeatedly and requested and told their own children are in fear because they're putting them in danger with all their bullshittery with all the element, and they are grieving, and this shit is hurting those people stuck in between all this. They have nothing to do with the damn thing, and they've requested that this shit stop. And I know some of y'all like Curse and the others, which means Ryan as well, and everybody else, that's been the case. And yet you continue. And, you said you're going to stop, of course, but now it's time again, right? Anyway. So, now, his other side of the family, whoever's leading Ryan around woods, that's an entirely different step. Alright? That's not who I'm talking about in the least, etc. Okay? They can do as they please, ain't none of my damn business. But other ones, working around fucking with you all, and that I know have been doing this, and still are, and Tyler back to Scott and others, before we were ever even public, and they were definitely hearing true crime during Boswell and etc. Much like so many that ended up in the Team Wins. Somewhere around Scott, McDonough's, and the rest. It's weird. ABs, TMs, you know. Weird where all you motherfuckers come from. Alright. Also, some last names, what's really lurking there. Ties it binds. Weird shit. I don't know. I gotta tell you, after a couple last names keep popping up, I will tell you that, and that swap tags and all kind of other shit and the weird shit and things that tie together. Man, it might start making somebody think that those couple family names are protecting somebody they know is involved or had something to do with, covered up, or is responsible for, and that they're helping create the chaos, mud, etc. for others, whatever, to hide that or to hide the person. It might make some start believing that. Mm-hmm. Question would be who? Because there's so goddamn many. Like little bunnies that just proliferate everywhere. And everybody is tied to everybody, ain't they? Just couldn't make things like cornbread and shit appear, even though it's not necessarily appearing. I don't know. Either way, with the, let's say, enthusiasm in which a couple family names keep appearing here and being the ones to target and tamper with Summer's case. Certain ties in there, this there, I don't know. Certain visitors, certain people playing around. It might be looking like someone in and around that. Those two particular last names to those families, they know who is responsible, and they're hiding. Because why in the world? What otherwise you got to be that upset? You just got all y'all. No suits, I don't know. You think nobody can figure out or tie it or whatever. Swap tags, weird shit. Stalkers and oh my. I just don't know. Has a flavor. But one could start wondering that. Why there's so many of y'all fake fucking around out here? Check it in. All the way out from the beginning. What the hell is that about? Ah. Thing is, it gets even better when you're always one. That crew, though, is who formulated and script wrote with the worst of the worst. Here. This narrative and such. Surrounding real shit such. Yeah, we'll get to that. And the proof of that, too. Goddamn locals. Up to something. Imagine that. You've contaminated me with fur. Anyway. So yeah, alright. We're gonna move on. There was a couple more bazillion points I wanted to make, but we'll move on. We're gonna listen to this shit show. God help us all. I don't know, y'all get some strong coffee. Call your local exorcist. Do as you must. I've already had too much coffee, so I won't be partaking.
Co-signing on his bullshit.
Oh, God.
With weight loss by Hims, customers report losing over 11 pounds in just their first month with
Y'all just be tainting the shit out of my algorithms.
Hey guys, how's it going? After I scheduled the live, I was like, maybe there's a moth. No, that's not what I was gonna say. After I was like, do I really want to do this? But I figured I could go live, I guess, for an hour or so and just talk about things. Hey Whistle, hey Luminous, hey Tasha, Connie. Thank you guys for being here. Hey Michelle and Linda. So, Fred's around somewhere.
Here she goes doxing some folks. I don't really give a fuck as far as any of the bullshit she's formulating fucking around with right now, and she knows better. I do love the solo windspender, but I also appreciate that Prayer Garden and Renfro are on there, of course. But the sheep, anyways, not gonna say that because then, no, I'm good. All right.
There's PG right there. Wonder what she studies with Glenda Head for. What would Glenda Head and PG be talking about? I wonder. This is Cotton Simpson's ex-wife, and she and Ryan are probably about to get everybody out there in White Holler probably hemmed up because no way are you going to come out here and start telling lies about Fred and not expect us to respond. Or, that's why they come out being all, sneaky, not telling what they or saying names, like covering things up because they don't stand behind their truth. They don't stand behind what they're saying. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to do all that. So this is
Yeah, episode is watching Tigers, listening to it, and they're all just fucking around together.
a woman that was with Pete Clark.
And then they just do all this.
Like when she was dating Pete Clark, and she was dating Pete Clark around the time that he passed away. And before that, she was married to Cotton Simpson.
I'm just gonna skip this because they just ain't no need to know this poker.
Cotton Simpson, who likes to bring up and whatever. Twin sibling suffers serious burns. Remember that mud slut that Jody Sue likes to bring up and whatever, talk about the girl that was in the woods or whatever.
Now see, this is where Ziggy can go fuck herself. I bring up the girl vanishing from the woods because Fred said right after Summer vanished that he knew another little girl, meth cooks in the woods. I guess they all were helping move around. That the little girl was taken and could not be reported. I love that you left that part out. I bring it up because Fred did say, and it was real strange because, well, it was immediately following Summer vanishing. It turns out Fred will be the one knowing where all the cook sites were, who was moving who, and Ellie's the one that says he knows this girl just vanished. So don't be like, that Matt's like Jody, he likes bringing up little girl vanished in the woods. Bitch, I'm gonna need you to tell it all. If you're gonna tell it, then by God. But either way, no. And this is not that unless this is where Fred formulated the fucking idea from, right? Initially. Now that would be on Fred. I don't know. All I can tell you is Fred said back here in hall, like behind his house, and that side of the Ridgeland ship, that a little girl was taken, vanished from there. That is not this. Okay? Now, I recall when Fred was fucking around something, y'all were fucking around at some point, and it said something about this there, and it tied with certain other things and certain shit you and Fred are also doing and having done on the ground. Also, Marlena. So I was like, grassy, other places. Oh my. And then this came to mind for me, and I looked it up, but you quit with your narrative shit, Zig. Stop it. It's Fred that looks funny for bringing up another little girl vanishing and saying she looked. And that's the thing he did. He said she looked just like Summer. That's what Fred said. Right after Summer vanished. That he knew another little girl had been taken. He obviously knew cooks in the woods and they're being moved around, and that there was more than a few helping him do that and taking groceries to him and shit in a different way, so others couldn't follow the path. That's probably why your husband always going around fucking people's cameras and keeping an eye out for goddamn peasant TWRA. Never taking the same path to them cooks twice. Yeah, so quit trying to make other people look sus, bitch. Fuck out of here. Other people lived on Ben Hill and heard Mr. trying to make himself look as sus as possible say stupid shit. Like, he knew of another little girl that looked just like Summer that was taken. And that he knew Mick. Da-da-da-da-da. That was him, bitch. Like the rest of us. Us saying he said that to us and that it was weird as fuck. Obviously, and a little scary and creepy. That's not the problem. The problem is that he fucking said it to begin with. We're still waiting on him to tell us who the cooks are, who the little girl was, and hopefully he's reported that to feds. Law enforcement told him, hell, who knows? I don't know if people are just stealing all the babies. The same age as Summer, looking just like Summer, it'd seem like that'd be they have an MO. Maybe he needs to tell the world who the hell that was. Eh? Damn break. Anyway, sit down. You stop that, Ziggy. See? And then here you are giving the shit to Ryan. Also, I just want to note that Wellworth is also a distraction cycle as well as a jerk you all around cycle. It's one to get us all off course and to concentrate on the fight back against them instead. And yes, that needs to be done. However, some people do not like fires and puzzles burning. Right? They would like that stuff. They would also like certain people to stop talking about certain shit. I gotta tell you. Oh, I don't think that's gonna happen. I'm probably gonna double and triple and quadruple down if the fuckery aimed at all of us continues. I'd say it'll happen anyway. Honestly. Y'all do you.
Yeah, this is who she was talking about. That couple, they had twins, and 3-year-old.
And tell me, I talk about, bitch, Fred did, you know what? Just let it go.
Old twins in 2020, May of 2020. And it says a Wednesday night camper fire killed a 3-year-old and seriously injured their twin in Greene County. The fire happened on Woolsey Road. Responding deputies described the camper as engulfed in flames. When responders arrived on the scene just after 7 p.m. Wednesday, they found the camper already burned down to the floor. Nothing, it's just ash, says United Chief Jay Willen. Willen said the 3-year-old twins were inside the camper when it caught fire. According to an eyewitness, the father was there. The father rescued the daughter out of the camper, and the little boy perished in the fire. He wasn't able to get the little boy, said Willen. The father was identified by authorities as Robert Inbody. He reportedly handed his daughter off to first responders, then fled the scene. That is Cotton Simpson's, just so you know, replacement that's hanging out over at Glenda Head's, hanging out over there. Right after he rescued. What?
Where that came from? Where Marlene's old man was storing all of the stolen stuff.
Yeah, it says right after he rescued the child, he got on his forklift.
Now, how would you know that, Fred? How would you know where Marlene and everybody else storing all their stolen stuff? Unless you were, I don't know, visiting in body and all them. And what, to hang out and have brunch? Huh? These methy folks, children, whatever. How would you know about where Marlena and company had this dude and all the stolen stuff? Were you just there hanging out with all the good church folk? It's weird, Fred. Mighty weird. Tell me, where'd you take all the stolen stuff you were stealing off of everybody and their fucking brother throughout 90 different counties? Did you go trade it up for shit? Did you store your shit there too? Trade it off, I don't know. It's weird. Could all be made up though, Fred, but you know, take it how you will. I don't know. What? Were y'all not supposed to think about that real hard? The fuck was Fred supposedly doing at this place? He says Marlena was keeping, Marlena and crew were keeping all the stolen stuff. Think he was just there having brunch, hanging out, protecting the babies, and doing whatever about like Hannah's not? Oh, we were just helping the poor abused mom and the poor grandma and the inner city children. We were trying to get so and so off dole. Rinse repeat. That what we're to believe? Bitch, please. So anyway, according to Fred, he knows where they were storing all the stolen stuff. Shit, you upstanding citizen, did you turn it in? Before they fucked around, and ended up one of their children dead. Huh? Interesting. Whatever. And who knows what the truth is, but Fred's putting himself there around these people too and knowing where all the stolen stuff was bought to. Whatever, I'm sure Fred didn't have any stolen goods to put there too on the meth dragon heap pile of stolen goods or any reason. Yeah, I mean, he was just doing the Lord's work. He was on, like, total missionary trip. Somebody sent him, we don't know. And then if Matt it was involved and he thinks these people are cooks and Ziggy's saying they're cooks and now they're blending whatever, then Fred would have knowledge. And if Fred and you were trying to say that these are the people, then that means Fred was involved in moving around the goddamn hills so he didn't get caught. Probably why he had such good beat on fucking cameras and shit too throughout all the years and the trails. Wee, right? No, never. But whatever, it's fine. Depends on what you believe of Fred's and how he places himself in or around something once it's occurred. Nah, whatever, right? So anyway, and what he's overheard and what he's taken on. So carrying on.
Right after he rescued the child, he got on his four-wheeler and left out of the back field, says Willen. Authorities weren't able to locate Embody immediately afterward, but Greene County Sheriff Leslie Holt said Embody showed up at the Sheriff's Department Thursday morning. The mother of the children, aka Mudslut, was also briefly at the scene Wednesday night when spoke with authorities. Willen said it was unclear if she also lived at the residence because she gave authorities conflicting information. Everything's conflicting from the mother with what was going on in that house, he said. Police reports said that spliced together extension cords were running between the camper and trailer and a nearby shed. A welder was hooked up to a generator. Also in the shed, a moon sign still plus two 55-gallon drums filled with what's believed to be corn mash. As for the surviving twin, Willen said, she was flown to the hospital in Johnson City Wednesday night. I don't know how she is today. Last night, when she was transported out, she was burnt over 90% of her body. So, anyways, they didn't arrest anybody, but they ended up finding out later on that they found, like, it was because of meth cooking. That's what they suspected.
First, we offer overnight boarding. Your pet will stay overnight in your sitter's home and not only be treated like part of the family, but
And
Actually, I got turned out differently
And, you know, even if
Can't
it
really.
wasn't, what are you doing making moonshine in a camper or in the shed, and also in the shed, and moonshine still, plus two 55-gallon drums filled with what's to be.
Please, God, stop trying to read, Ziggy. Willin, Wallin, Wham Zam, a four-leafer, goddamn moon sign. Stop trying to read, Ziggy. It's not your forte. Stop it. Stop it.
Corn mash. So, anyways, these people took off after that fire and they started freaking hiding out on Ben Hill Road. See how this is May of 2020? They started hanging around Ben Hill Road and Light Holler. And they ended up over at good old Glenda Head's, Cotton Simpson ex-wife. And now that's where they like to hang out and do their drugs and stuff. And this is who Ryan finds freaking absolutely nothing is talking to and trying to smear Fred's reputation, try to make him out to be something because of what this person's telling him.
Fred's reputation. Smearing people because of something's most dumb, like, you've been out here smearing, terrorizing, fucking around, insulting, and destroying, defaming, harassing, stalking, committing real crimes against, and slant. I mean, just full on fucking lies, make believe, and everything else because of what you say to the world for I don't know how many years now, long before we were public, right? And you were definitely part of that effort in the hunting team, right, Zig? You, May, right? Emma, Squall. And let's not forget all the ones your beloved Fred has helped you do this to, and oh dear, and just because y'all say. Right.
Somebody who's in active addiction, I mean, her house is like the place to go do drugs in the area. You've got.
But Fred was in active addiction with Laura. You went to their house. You put out the shit they were saying. You smeared everybody to fame, terrorized, and so ruined reputations, fucked up people's real lives, etc. Based on what those two said, along with your own lies, and it was okay. We're we're confused here, Z, at your irony and hypocrisy. We're fucking confused.
Got to be kidding me.
And let's not forget all the long time you kept coming here making trips after money would get in your hand on the ground and bringing your little one here and transporting all the back across country and you're hiring a goddamn football bat and doing all the thing. I mean, therefore you're using substance, let's just not forget.
Cotton Simpson's ex-wife? Do you, like... Are you serious right now? And there's Peachy right there. Look right here. Here's Bill Shipley.
I don't know what you're mad about. You built PG up. Y'all did the thing. It's just like you do with Crystal, and Karen Mandro. It never fails. And quit acting like you. Stop it, Ziggy.
Yeah, it's not taking sides. See somebody say something, what's right is right. This is not taking sides. You don't freaking get to say that you freaking saw text between Cotton and Fred about Summer Wells and not show them and just say you turn them to TBI. You say you've had it for 2 years? 2 years? Exactly. 2 fucking years. Did you turn it in back then or just turn it in now? What is it? So, anyways, it makes complete sense.
This company is going viral for its new process that gives you permanent teeth in just 24 hours.
Because these people are afraid, I guess, of, I don't know. You guys tell me. This woman was married. What is she hiding? Why is she reaching out to, or PG and people like Ryan, which Ryan came out of nowhere until.
I don't know why your drug den user drunkie buddy husband talking to people like you or Laura doing or whatever else. Like, does anybody else like think about this shit when people like Ziggy are saying it? Like, she's over here losing her shit over Ryan and touch with people who are supposedly using this. Everybody, shit, she did it. It's cool, you know.
When Cotton was mentioned, by the way, he even said so himself. Who was he coming out for? Like, was it for Andy or did it have something to do with the Cotton Simpson stuff? That's the same. It was Fred that went to law enforcement about Cotton Simpson. That's how we started talking.
But somebody fed him that shit, Ziggy. And the proof is in the live you did with him. Right. Mm-hmm. Nobody looked too hard or paid too much attention. And quit acting like that's when Ryan entered the scene. You know better.
About it to begin with.
It's when you help build him and pretend he
So,
was just new here, like Deception Detective.
yeah, that woman is definitely. I mean, these people are still in active addiction. And what I would think, if this is actually, what I would really look into is that woman and the people hanging out there, because what are they trying to confuse and hide? They're going to get themselves like completely caught up, because all this is going to do is get us, like I said earlier on my other channel, it's going to get us looking into these people even more. Like, why are you putting out this bullshit lies? Kind
Is that a threat? Overhanging again on the same folks you already done it? Are there upcoming court dates other than Cam's again?
and Fred never spoke together on the phone. And why is Ryan allowed to say such bullshit and put out zero proof of anything?
How can Ziggy say like that? Cotton and Fred never talked on a phone. How the fuck would she know? She wouldn't know. She can say that like, this shit I'm talking about. These crazy bitches do. They act like they've been there forever. They live. They do. You just can't with them. Fuck it.
Hey, Jam Jam. That's what I'm thinking. See something, say something. He's gonna. And you know, they put us in a position that we're obviously going to have to put these people out here because we're not going to sit there and let Ryan put out these lies
No.
without it investigating it, because he won't tell us who's saying them. You know, he blurs out everybody, or just, you know, he's hiding. It's like, why are you hiding the sources? If, like, everything you can't, how can we, like, really understand where the information if we don't know all the variables and who it came from and the context? Hey, Donna. That is freaking constant. That woman is Betty Jo Simpson's daughter. You guys, I don't want to see what they're saying and stuff, because that's just going to get me off track.
You know what's even better, though, is that Ziggy and the rest are really lying to you, because they're very, there are familial ties between Laura and, certain people around Cotton and others. And her and Fred just keep leaving it out and acting like Fred don't know nobody. Laura don't know nobody. And there wouldn't be a reason why. Also, inside of this fucking stream somewhere, Ziggy admits to talking to the same people, same wife, whatever, of Cotton and others, very early on. So that's strange, right? Is it okay for Ziggy? You wonder how far back that went. Did that go all the way back like AB days or somewhere near like fake Fed or anything like that? There's Ziggy. I just have questions.
That's what this is. Oh, now it was a black Nissan SUV. Now you wanted to clarify on the family who found Mr. Simpson's vehicle last night. He referred it to as a truck. I called it a truck. Call it a car. Either
Referred it to. How's your dyslexia today? Please stop reading. It's not your forte.
way, it was a black Nissan SUV found by the family we interviewed. Cotton had been missing for 2 days before they noticed it hadn't moved. For proof, they showed us video of when Ellie was called to come pick it up with the black video. Okay. Oh, these are very reliable witnesses that we're supposed to just believe you, Ryan, because you fucking say so. Everything I've always showed my correspondence to law enforcement to show proof. What about when, Fred had his phone dipped, all this shit he turned in? I've always showed proof of it. How is he going to come out and just say, act like, oh, now he wants to correct it? He had to correct it because we fucking corrected you, Ryan.
It wasn't even the Nissan that he was at the house in. He was the Chevy Equinox. Black Chevy Equinox.
Yeah. Dude, you don't even know what the fuck.
Boy, Fred has Cotton's vehicle down pat, don't he? For somebody who's proclaiming now, he only ever seen twice. Boy, he knows his vehicle though. Wow, that blue truck though and everything else on Ben Hill's still a mystery to him. Anyway. So, yeah, and to make a further point, because I may have skipped over the part where Ziggy admitted that she had been in contact with these same people and other people that are not dogs around Cotton way back, right? I wonder, though, does that mean she's the one that was talking to certain people around Cotton that fed her shit and then, I don't know, she fed it or somebody told it to Fred that way while he was in or around jail there. And then somebody told Ryan about it, who they had suddenly appeared built like. And then Ryan got built up on that by Ziggy while they all did all the Fred stuff together. And Ryan went out and was like, "Oh, we're gonna hunt down Fred's locations," and I really believe Fred did it. I don't remember it. So if AB and Ziggy and the rest from Dutch Cots people, and then Fred just got told about something, and then Ryan inserts, I wonder. I wonder. Then, of course, PG's doing the same. Of course, Jenny and Adrian, I mean, they could deny it like they done chasings recently. But their comments and their bullshitter inside of Ryan's and everything else and all the back behind the scenes stuff. Yeah, no, we're not going to play that. They're clean, clear, and under control over and not part of it because they damn well are. Just like their denial of the Jose shit recently. Ladies, you gonna miss me. There's video, it exists. I know y'all done a hell of a cleansing job, but it exists. Much like your, oh god, if we release it, it gets a big kill. Wait a minute. We're gonna do it anyway. Whatever. It exists. Carrying on.
You're talking about? Oh, for proof, we saw the footage of the police coming and getting the car. Wow. How did you know that these text messages were between Fred and Cotton Simpson? What proof do you? What? Fred did never tell.
She's been watching too much chasing. She's mimicking her body. It's weird. I swear to
Anybody.
it.
He never used a photo. So that's one of the big red flags. And what is he going to come out now for Claire?
She just said Fred never used a phone. For one.
Verification. It was Facebook messages, not phone, not text. Is he going to come out next and say that shit? For verification? Yeah, of course you want to correct something after the fact because we called your ass out on the vehicle that Cotton didn't have a fucking truck. But you wanted to clarify, oh, call it a car, call it a truck. That is very important information when we're dealing with a child missing, Ryan. The details are fucking...
Are you sure? Because, like, you were fucking around vehicles and descriptions in order to fish Pruitt and law enforcement for detail, and then you set off on the, fuck with Andy thing again there. In the scripted way all of you are doing, right? For reasons. And the Andy versus Fred thing that is not real entertaining. It is not going to make a good Netflix or book deal either, I'm just telling you. Whatever. Anyway, but yeah, instead of worrying about the vehicle or giving Pruitt that when he called back, took your all's bait, I guess, right? You fucked around and want to go towards the whole Andy thing again. Alright. But it's so important, Ryan, the vehicles. Alright, so...
important. Just like the people who's saying this, we have to know it's important to verify the shit that they're saying. And that's why you don't want us to know, because you know it's bullshit.
Says the lady of the night fake fucking call. The mutual scam and helpful Pebble scammers and chats to y'all, like the one that did that raffle shit with her and the electric bill shit, who still runs the streets and helps others the same shit under many names. And let me see, the fake DCS, the fake this, the fake that. Got fucking, which one was the Lolita thing, right? Of the jerks. I don't know. There was one for one thing and one for another, and definitely Lady of the Night Call fake, and whatever else. But you still have that up Earth Andy's name in it and shit too, even though you're all caught at that. Caught at the other shit. What the hell was that other comment? Oh, the one that with the boys and all that stuff too. I just there's been so much bullshit, but yeah. Uh
To these people, we would fucking know it was bullshit.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep
well,
track of all my tasks.
that's the thing. They're banking literally on you all not knowing that they're still full of bullshit. They're all pulling bullshit. They're all doing bullshit.
I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view. Next, I set a priority and a due date.
I might, the Phils, I might. You got a problem with that?
So the people that he was interviewing was freaking the woman that they're looking into's daughters, the woman that they're looking into for Khan's death. At least they were. Her daughter. It's all family. They're all family. But people, just because they're family doesn't mean they cared for Cotton or liked Cotton. I hear he was a real asshole the last 20 years of his life or something. He got some kind of brain damage.
You're a cunt now. You're useless. You're a piece of shit. You're a fucking monster. You're a scammer. You're whatever. Looks like you've been a piece of shit most of your life, Ziggy. And you've been an addict. You've worn ankle bracelets. You've been busted. You have an arrest record. You're a whole ass hot fucking mess. Who are you to be calling anyone else anything or saying that about them, etc. And you're doing it still, and he very much has people that love him and care for him. You're a dick, Ziggy. What is him being a dick or otherwise person I have shit to do with summer vanishing, etc. Other than why are you? I mean, he's deceased, Ziggy. There ain't no use to be standing there just staying part like. You know those Reddit posts like, "Am I the asshole?" You're an asshole, Ziggy.
And it changed him from what I hear.
Well, traumatic brain injuries often do, Ziggy. They change people and they have real personality, anger issues, and unpredictability. It's a medical thing; can't be helped after traumatic brain injuries. Um, but anyway, it's fine. You suck as a human being, Ziggy. Really.
So how does she think I feel? This that she's sitting right next to her husband and confirming the bullshit lies he's saying. How does she think I feel?
You're sitting beside Fred and you're trying to confirm him as he's saying. Ziggy. Just because y'all say so. And lies you're saying. You're both like parasite confirming. Because you both said it's the weirdest shit, Ziggy. And fuck how you feel. How you think everybody in Summers community feels. Or those you do this to. Or the children of said man you're shitting on. I mean, I don't know. Jesus.
Or Ryan or Fred fucking feels. Does she think of us? I'm just wondering. Or is it all about how much money you can make?
Wow, the face of that. She even think about us and just how much money you can make. Oh dear. Yeah. Ziggy just said that. Oh, I don't know, Zig. As someone who's been fucked about with your channel for years, and all the bullshit you've put out without proof or receipts, and you stalked, you taught your daughter to stalk, you tampered with, you destroyed, defamed, inserted, screwed with, had a fake fed, fuck around, you threatening me, copy and paste, all this other shit. As you built your channel monetization on my name and my cancer, my domestic violence, and spent years doing all this fuckery, I don't know, Zig. You and Fred still committing crimes. Fred's got motherfuckers I hear dropped off doing things around us. Marlene as well, etc. Da 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 da. Clearly stalking us last time. We were trying to make things look certain ways, trying to get me to, I guess, be all history on it. Call law enforcement like really good if I am. I'll just, put a pin in it until. And, doing all things right. And you've made a fortune on. Fred's made his probation fees, y'all to eat, Dollar General that, blah 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 this. Had money to do it. Like, I don't even want. Shut the fuck up, please. Shut the fuck up. Alright. You serious? And you're still doing it. Shut the fuck up.
You're going to be thinking of us when you're fucking in court, I'm telling you. We're going to be suing your asses.
Sure. She's a...
Not when you're actually effing in court. I don't mean it like that. Not literally. Doesn't he get that Andy will take him on the biggest... I wouldn't be surprised if it was Andy that led him right over to Linda Heads. You know what I mean?
Oh.
So...
And I'm sorry, but she has mentioned this person. So is PG and the others. Andy didn't lead Ryan to. Shut the fuck up, Ziggy. Jesus, I can't believe y'all watch this.
I guess we have to be the bad guy and put these people out there, because they want to be anonymous and talk all kinds of shit.
Y'all already had PG do that as an overhanging vague threat for court dates and people and fear-based shit. And it looks like you're doing this again for some reason, and you're doxing all the wrong folks that a whole lot of you have been working with. So.
About Fred, and because they don't stand behind what they're saying because they know it's fucking bullshit. Otherwise, they would come out here like Fred and I do and tell our truth.
Give me a break. Oh,
I know
God.
your girl. I don't want to see her cry either. I didn't see her cry because I didn't watch it. And I'm
Who's
sure
crying?
I would have felt bad too. Even though these people, all the shit that, she's standing behind. Because while she's sitting there next to him, she's...
Who fucking cried? Oh, I don't give a fuck.
co-signing on his bullshit.
Oh, is this the Djinn of the magical imaginary calling spirits, mental illness, that put second to fame for Ryan?
He should have to...
Did she cry?
He came in here... remember when he said he just came from the conspiracy community and that he was like part of a community on some kind of like Reddit type forum type place where he said he was part of the conspiracy forum and he had to leave that because the drama was too much, and here he fucking comes to our community pretending that he was just searching the world to show his... to see what... He probably doesn't even have a brother. I mean, I don't even know anymore what to believe.
He said he was already doing hiking bids for his brother. Said her to show him whatever, but we've yet to see any of that. But then the boy looked like he never hiked anything in his life. Oh, also, yeah, I remember Ryan was like, I don't know, bodybuilding man of the year or something according to him. I don't know. Like I said, Ryan's fraud. He was also a volcanologist and a tunnel specialist. We don't know. Whatever he did on the History Channel or Canada TV those couple times, and he's still trying to get back there. It's fine. Just ignore the man behind the curtain. But Ziggy reacted like he just came on with that, and like he and his wife hadn't been here under alt names, etc. A whole lot of cleansings have been going on in that sector too with that, but yeah, and that she didn't build Ryan. I'm so over this shit. No, I'm just over it.
Showing the world to my disabled brother. Then the next day it's, oh, I'm searching for Summer Miles, and I just want hardcore.
Well, you built him up, sugar. What you bitching about now? Right at the time Cotton and all that stuff was going on. Oh my. And you were in touch with all those people around Cotton doing it. Oh no. Oh, gosh, what could be the connector here? And Fred on your interview going, well, I was just told this. And then Fred getting himself fucking lie detector. I don't know. What could be the thing there? Oh dear. I can't figure it out.
Facts. No psychics allowed. Next day, my wife's always had this gift.
You're remembering that wrong. He did at least an episode or two where he was like, no, I think my wife's sensitive. She ain't got a gift. But this one time, we were going up a mountain to do whatever and driving. And she said, oh, you need to slow down. And then we got to stop and there was an accident. And then, like, an episode after that, suddenly she had spirits and stuff. He said flat out that that's all she read. Yep. And then 2 episodes later, no, she was psychic. She was a goddamn medium. She was clairvoyant. She had all the gifts. Anybody heard her lately talking about how drained she is by small children's laughter at real festivals, or seen them running from homeless people or demonizing them still lately? Or did the Fun Fest bros, did anybody see them going there, Rags by the Tracks this year with their own t-shirt on and everything, but her not drinking? Did anybody, like, they do that again this year? Did anybody see her faint at the sign of a sun symbol used for the Fun Fest events here? The Eastman provides financing. I guess they probably figured out that was not a hot idea. Like Ryan figured out wearing his Eastman shirt and listing Eastman as his employer wasn't a hot idea. And then for some reason he magically lost his job, allegedly, supposedly. But that was after he had to work at home, remember? But then, whew, I'll tell you what, they were going on and doing so much. Like once every month, maybe, for like a 30-minute drive. They had to have y'all support. They needed donations or they couldn't continue onward. Mm-hmm. And then that one time they got a whole Florida vacation so Jen could jog around at Children's Park for 3 minutes and swear they were all just there for like a 2-week stay to investigate if a tit was somewhere. You built it, Ziggy. Don't bitch now. But see, it's all stupid when you realize she is indeed aware of all of this. And yes, she knows she built Ryan up. They know what they've all done together. And this is all fake bullshit LARPing to take advantage of y'all and to fuck up active and ongoing investigations. With that intent.
Maybe she was interrupting like crazy. Probably because she was embarrassed. Probably because they were drinking or drunk, like usual. Every time they're live, that I've seen, they're drinking. Like I guess you'd have to be drunk or on something to sit there and be able to spew these lies and bullshit 24/7.
Oh boy. Oh dear.
Oh, thank you, Connie. That's so
Then
sweet.
what the fuck is your and Fred's excuse? Y'all doing it sober? We're confused.
This is all alleged, by the way, not absolute fact. Just like Ryan likes to put out, saying he saw these, or that he has these text messages between Cotton and Fred. But watch, now he doesn't have them, right? Because he turned the phone into TBI, the whole phone. So yeah, okay. You don't have any type of proof of these messages at all, right? And then the other thing, what did he say? He turned. What's the other fucking shit he supposedly has? Of course, like I shared on my wall, his response.
Nobody cares.
Hold on.
Wait for it though. The most brilliant part of this is we got a few minutes left here.
Now, since I'm on my laptop, it won't show the whole thing. So, somebody asked Ryan a question. It says, I have a question. Did you actually see the text messages between Fred and Cotton? That is huge in this case if you actually saw the text. Not being rude in any way. I am here for Summer. Good question. Oh, here comes Ryan saying, in any other case I'd answer and may share with specific people I trust privately. But with the bullshit people are telling me, the usual suspects are saying, I tried to pull up the usual suspects. Yeah. Sure, Ryan. You're just not confident. You know you're full of it. Tell me, I say, but what the bullshit people are telling me, the usual suspects are saying, what I shared in the live about that is all I'm going to share. TBI has it, and they'll use it if it's important. You are such a fucking liar. Well, you'll have to show it in court, so. Which you won't have anything. You will not have anything, and you know it. That's how did I know you weren't going to have anything, Ryan? How did I fucking know? This is reminiscent to like Fred's sister. That stuff she tries to say, oh, I have all kinds of stuff on them, but never comes out with anything. So they have to make up shit and come, talk about our electric.
That's pretty rich coming from Ziggy.
Bill and shit like that, because if they had anything, they would have put it out.
It has to exist before it could be even turned in. When it's never even been there to be turned in. Never even happened. When nothing's even happened, it can't never be turned in.
Yeah.
It's a straight up lie.
And all these Cotton's family and stuff, and those that's coming, and you're talking to, or to freaking Ryan behind the scenes, and PG, don't be mad at us about exposing your asses. You shouldn't have fucking lied on Fred. I take this shit very seriously. This is my life.
Huh. Like you have all these same people doing weird shit behind the scenes. All of us take it pretty seriously because it's our real lives that are at stake, and you just are not. And it's weird, all these same people are I don't know, in connection with all the same people I've been saying they're in connection with, but you left out a few, didn't you, Ziggy? Odd, huh?
So you have nobody to be mad at but yourself. I know you're gonna be pissed at me for putting you out there when you guys went to put out some lies. It only makes you guys look more sus, especially at this point in the game. You know, if you would have done
At this point in the game, Ziggy? That's a weird turn of phrase. At this point in the game. Huh? Alright.
this 2 years ago, like Ryan claims he's had for 2 years? So when'd you turn in these messages? Then did you did you do it 2 years ago, or did you just do it? I agree. See something, say something. He said yes. Of course he has. Of course, but he doesn't want to reveal his sources. Well, I just did. So let's see it. I just revealed your sources for you. So go ahead and put it out there. Just like I revealed to everybody you're a liar about Cotton having a fucking truck. And then you had to correct it on your wall and say it was a black Nissan SUV, which isn't even the freaking vehicle that Fred saw him in. So it's pretty pretty funny that you tried to correct it. Oh, it was a black blah 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 blah. Funny. You can't. You just are such
Wait,
a.
did she just say Fred swimming a red knees? Ryan accidentally said truck. And then, oh no, can't possibly fathom where this is coming.
Liar, dude. You're gonna dig yourself in a hole. Yes, Mountain Mama, that's him. Oh, you desperate piece of shit, motherfucker! I barely know Fred. Okay. All right. I'm all right, Tina. Well, bye bye. I don't care. I've known him since the end or the beginning, very beginning of 2022.
It was a little blue STM.
We'll call it, you hear Fred in the background faintly. We'll call it did have a truck. It was a little blue S10, but it wasn't running. That's a whole lot to know about a guy who swear he wasn't around but twice recently. Strange, isn't it? Whatever.
Old square body cop.
Yeah.
Ask around so it's supposedly.
He should be held accountable legally. He absolutely should be held accountable legally, and he will be. That is absolute fucking, just absolute ridiculous claims. Yes, it is, T-Walk, so I'll help you out. I'll help you walk your way out.
I really see something, say something. Like, Ziggy has every right to be mad. Somehow is making pretty serious, potentially life endangering accusations. Yeah, okay. Sure, I'm like, what? Ziggy and Fred targeting everybody? Doing weird shit, trying to get people killed on purpose. Let's not forget the Dolly. Ziggy came out of retirement once. Fake panelists call in to Diane Blue Solar. And then her and Fred, it's fine. Let's just do
Oh, I know.
that. And her being just fine with hanging out and talking to Andy during that period of stuff.
That he asked on his wall for, but, we're the biggest grifters, right? He needs to be sued for real, for real. Like, this shit has to stop. Put his ass in his place because this has gotten old as fuck. It's been years, and they're still grifting off this poor little girl. I know. I'm so over this shit.
Got news for you. They're all doing it in a circle again right now, like they always do. They're all fully surfing all of y'all's crowd, shooting fish in a barrel. With their LARPing ass, stupid, script written horse shit as they play y'all for fools. This is called circle jerk, and they all get pieces of it. And anybody who thinks, I just don't want to tell you at this point, if you don't get it, you don't get it, or don't want to.
I'm so pissed. I hope that there is people that's really mad and will help me, move this lawsuit forward, because this is.
Y'all know damn good and well, no court in its right mind would take this from Ziggy. Or Brian. And, nobody's gonna move the lawsuit forward. Like, and even if, okay, one took it up, like, sometimes they can make happen with chicken on sticks, and so it'll be for fuckery purposes, misusing alien courts, And you know damn good and well, Ziggy ain't winning no shit, right? And it'll just be entertainment for y'all. And probably some way for both of them to insert in around Summer's case more that way through courts. This is stupid.
And it's not at all about any type of money or anything. This is for showing that I'm not gonna sit here and let you walk all over us and put out lies in the name of Summer Wells to try to move us backwards all the years that we put and time we put into this case. And then at the same time, try to paint Fred in a certain light. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
By her and Fred doing that, so many others painting them in
I'm
a certain
glad
light.
that I understand, Mountain.
But one fine day, yep, this one right here is going to see yourself in court. Last time I tried, we were given a hold off a bit. So, hold.
I'm sorry to hear about that. I'm going to use that itty bitty shovel. He came in the month that Fred went to jail. And so I thought it.
And then somebody just magically told him about Cotton. And that's what he said on the interview, Vic. You can't erase that history. And then suddenly he got lie detectors. And then suddenly his sister's going to. And then suddenly. While you were building up Ryan, shut the fuck up. You con ass, setting up, LARPing ass, built ass, motherfucking circus tragedy pimp crew working in and around every goddamn open and active case you can find to destroy it. And fuck I just shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck
It was because
up. How convenient.
he claimed on his, from what you guys told me, that he came in to contacted me to get to Fred because of the Cotton Simpson interview I put out. Pretty weird that you just so happened. Now it makes sense because you were the one to get his chirp taken the whole time. You were fucking up to something.
No, Zig. There's really officials that are really recorded saying it was you. That got not just Fred's, but everybody else's chirps and all of them on lockdown. Because you, and some of us remember, were having your chatness together, look up other inmates in the cells with Fred, and contact him that way once his was gone. But yeah, Ryan, your best friend on that, and feeding information back and forth to Fred, plus getting info on, just like you did to Lawson's son and others while they were in jail. And then you all triangulated and pushed Fred into a little trap there. You got your little claws in him real good. That's the only way you could sort of pin him down, because before that, he was ignoring most of you and having Laura text back to you or talk to you on the phone. Do you remember that? But about like you tried to do, seeing it, you know what, it's fine, fuck it. We know you're all skinny. Those who pay attention. Then y'all got little ferret
You were
weasel
trying to
crow
cover
boy
for the Cotton
talking
Simpson
about
shit.
Cotton. Because you fed it to him. Somebody did for some reason.
See, so he did, and he says it's all, like, what he's seen so far is complete.
But somebody somewhere in the team's definitely wanted him polygraphed. Without looking like they were asking or requesting or doing anything or up to the shit. And they had YouTube do it. Weird. That. Hey, was it Fred's own idea to be contacting people, or him and Laura up shit, or responding at certain times, and then the dipping and all that? I have questions. I mean, that would be dependent upon Fred telling the truth. And you'd have to be like, hey, Fred, did you feel coerced or weirded out or pushed or compelled by, say, Kathy or other YouTubers or buddies or, I don't know, certain things planning your make them seem like those were actually contacting you, but actually what they were having dipped out of your phones, and what they wanted there was the stuff between. I don't know. Depends on what kind of bullshitter you believe around that phone. And when Laura chose to respond back to Andy or Becca, whoever really knows, and all those messages and Laura lying her ass off saying da da da, you know, and then it happened to be dipped, but because of Playboy or Knox or something really, and that seems like something rather odd. Also planted in front of Fred, and then when you come right down to it, all that shit just leads back to writing on his cell wall where it said Playboy when they moved him from it when everybody was on lockdown fucked with and everybody searched because of all y'all's fuckery in and around that jail. Yeah, I don't know, buddy. And then you really don't have to look at all your all's timely, connected fuckery with Fred accidentally fucking y'all up again with the drop of truth and couldn't keep up when he said the genders of people coming to visit, also or during the barrel Ryan phase, all that. Well, shows he was in communication with, and how y'all are playing the game, and you're playing everybody here for fools, and you still are together. Some of the seedy motherfuckers. Alright.
Like, not correct. I know there was a video put out recent, but their last video before was completely, like, just not correct information. Thank you. Exactly.
And this is what the hell gets me. This fucking AI driven chat GPT garbage was advertised to me the other day in the recommended section. And I clicked the button, I scanned across, dropped it a certain place, and I listened for a second. And it was so far, so wrong. I was like, dude. But it's one of those pieces that's gonna sound good to fucking the masses, and everybody's gonna be fucked up. But it's weird to drop it in zigs. Right?
Are you guys sure that was really good? Because Fred, are you sure this new one's it is good? Did you end up watching this, Fred? This new one? No, not that
Good
one.
afternoon. I have an
Are y'all really gonna? No. No, we're not. We're not playing cat rodeo today. Hey! Quit be. Oh my god. Look what you did. Now your brother's up here. You, sir, nobody. Look, why'd you have to bite him on the butt cheek like that? Get down. Come on. You know better. Thank you. Lord of mercy. Do not bite your brother. Okay, on the butt cheek. You're being a little dramatic. They're playing and they're dramatic. No, no. No, not round two. It wasn't even all at body, it was like, no, no. And then that one just is like super drama queen dramatic. Yeah. Alright. Let's see what you want. Here. Yeah, everybody got treats. Chill.
Not a short sleep.
Alright. So,
Right here.
Jackass and Jackass are gonna watch this AI driven chat GPT bullshit.
Disturbed ground. Use radar to look below the surface. Was the
Limu limo at your service.
And there's a picture of Summer in the house there in a blue t-shirt, etc., right? Alright.
Here to help you save hundreds
I say that for a reason.
by customizing your car insurance.
body? No answers. But now, a quiet shift is happening, one that could change everything. Investigators have returned to the Wells property, focusing not on the house, but the perimeter. Why now? According to sources, it all centers around a 2-hour gap on June 15, 2021, starting at exactly 4:30 p.m., when a crew of tree trimmers packed up and left Simpson Road. From that moment, Ben Hill.
I don't know. It just starts out.
All right, so listen up.
So
State
wrong.
Farm was trying to charge me $197 for car insurance. No, thank you. I got a.
Not even correct still. Or not correct.
Agree there.
Fell silent. What if Summer never left the property at all? What if the truth has been buried, hidden in plain sight, just feet away from where dogs searched and officers walked? And if what's being looked at now is what we think it is, this case may not stay cold for much longer. The return of TBI agents to the Wells property wasn't announced. There was no press conference, no media swarm, just quiet movement, vehicles, equipment, and a subtle, focused effort near the outskirts of the land. But they didn't zero in on the house itself. Instead, their interest shifted to something far more specific, the perimeter. More precisely, a spot near an old, nondescript shed that sits at the bottom edge of the property, close to Beach Creek Road.
Right?
This shed has always been there, but now it's back in the spotlight.
There's not. The evidence is they've never spoke. Ever spoke. Is it distracting or is it? Oh, I'm not sure if it's all factual just about the current search.
Is the title of this one New Evidence Revealed? Police recheck a warehouse at 4:30 p.m. Summer Wells case. Jesus. The AI just do all the shit. Nobody cares. Holy shit. What garbage. And I think shit, there's two of these. So maybe the first one that I caught a part of and I was like, oh, this is garbage. Right? It was wrong too. I couldn't take it.
So allegedly happened. Maybe they are.
Yeah, somebody just said it's from 14 hours ago. So yeah, the one I seen was had to be the one before this. Damn, AI's really pumping them out, huh?
And there are several reasons why. The first clue that something was happening came not from law enforcement directly, but from Dawn and Candace themselves. On a community Facebook page dedicated to finding Summer, they mentioned that TBI had recently been back on the property. But it wasn't a full-scale investigation. It was selective, focused. Why? Some believe it could be due to a new tip. Others think it's the result of forensic reanalysis, soil, scent traces, or anomalies missed in earlier searches. In missing person cases, it's not uncommon for cadaver dogs.
Or hell, who knows, even accident reconstruction at the bottom of there. Or just, I don't know. You never know. Could be many things.
Dogs to fail, especially if the body was moved, masked, or buried shallowly under dense ground cover. That may be what's bringing investigators back. The shed near Beach Creek has always raised quiet suspicion.
Did fucking AI just go buried under shallow, dense ground cover? What the fuck? What? I don't know.
Suspicions.
Mm-hmm.
It's not visible from the house, and it's partially obscured from the road by trees and elevation. From the outside, it seems
What?
like a harmless storage area.
It's not obscured at all.
Wow.
I don't think. But anyway, that's not that big a deal.
But it also provides just enough cover for someone to hide something without being seen. If a body, or any key evidence, was ever temporarily hidden here, it could easily have been overlooked. The terrain around the shed slopes downward. Thick vegetation grows fast in East Tennessee summers. In June, leaves are full and dense, creating natural camouflage. This is critical. Even during the early days of the search, investigators admitted they couldn't guarantee full visual coverage of every inch. There are cases, well, documented ones, where bodies were later found mere feet from the original search zone.
That's true.
Simply because search teams overlooked blind spots.
That is true. I mean, you can't deny that. And I've said that before too. Like, for sure, is one of the things I was saying. I think when RJ was on the panel last time, is things like that have happened a lot.
If the shed area was ever skipped or not thoroughly examined at depth, it's possible something was missed. What makes this area even more
Dear world. All I'm saying is that we were all searching for Summer, obviously. And a great deal many others from the community started walking in on foot. And we're in that zone around that. Before even search crews could really... Are you serious right now, Cat? And then, obviously, you have full search crews, full law enforcement in there, etc. And I'll tell you about that, the way they took all buildings and the bus and everything else pretty damn seriously. instantly and throughout the night. You can even hear on the dispatch call, the dispatcher being like, look, even if the family tells you the camper over there is open, search it. Alright, and the shed and whatever else. I don't think they missed the shed. Okay? Especially since that's where pretty sure it's been covered. What in the world are you doing, sir? I just want to let you know, you are kidding me. Is that my pack of saltines, you jerk? No, Mama. It was your pack of saltines. You better grow extra digits over there and clean up your mess when you're done with what used to be my pack of saltines. I just gave you treats. You have a full bowl of food that is fresh as hell, and you had the booze this morning. Why are my saltines the thing? That's a dick move. Hey! 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 What is wrong with you? Like, have you been in a nip or something? That is there anything I should be aware about? Like, you're a jerk today. You don't point your paw at me. He's grounded for life right now. Grounded. Alright.
Suspicious is when TBI decided to come back. Their renewed interest seems to correlate with the now infamous 4:30 p.m. time window on June 15, 2021, the moment the tree trimmers left Simpson Road and the area became completely quiet. From that point on, if anyone...
How would AI ChatGPT ascertain what the hell they're coming back for, whatever, and how it, whatever. What the fuck? You know, you just input all the things, it'll do its thing.
wanted
Did they leave at 4:30? I don't think that's true. Don Larry told Josh on his show when Josh asked if he thinks he'll be arrested or similar, and Don said how there would need to be evidence, and there ain't any, and they won't find it. I don't think I believe that. I think they've got to be involved, but there is, a couple weeks after Summer went missing, Don had that whole incident where he tried to act like he was helping that little girl who was a Simpson, related to Cotton Simpson and all them. So was it to get back for something to do with Summer Wells? I don't freaking know, but there did seem to be some animosity between the Wells and the Simpsons at one point, didn't there? Or something like that, or something about Light Holler, like there was some kind of like.
Yes.
So then why would that family then turn around and be fucking around over here? And helping anyone target Fred? Instead of Dawn, that doesn't make a good look sense.
I'm Rumor Willis, and I'm here to talk to you about your toilet paper. You know that fluffy white stuff that you use to wipe your asshole with? Well, it's contributing to your risk of cancer. Recent studies have found that most toilet paper brands contain PFAS.
Well, there was a conflict supposedly between Pete Clark and Don Wells and Frank Wright.
Yeah, Pete Clark.
I don't know what it was about. It was.
There's Pete Clark, Linda Head's boyfriend, right, at the time?
The tree trimmers, I think, was in there with the motor that day because they had a bucket truck that was stuck in the field at Dolly's, and they was trying to get it out. Unstuck.
Oh.
Did you hear it?
It is probably 4:30 or something when I still sing it.
To move or hide.
Pete Clark.
Oh, see, Ziggy makes sure to play some shit over what Fred's saying right there. She totally should repeat. Did y'all catch it?
And Don Wells and Frank Wright.
Yeah, Pete Clark.
I don't know what it was about. It was.
There's Pete Clark, Linda Head's boyfriend, right, at the time?
The tree trimmers, I think, was in there with the motor that day because they had a bucket truck that was stuck in the field at Dolly's, and they was trying to get it out. Unstuck.
Oh.
It is probably 4:30 or something when I still sing it.
To move or hide something without being seen, they had the opportunity.
Did y'all hear it? Yeah, around the 36-minute mark, this fucking tragedy pit masterpiece, Fred decides to say that, yeah, the tree trimmers are in there until like 4:30, cause like, in the field and near whatever, and cause they had a bucket truck stuck, and they were trying to get it unstuck, and when I still seen them, implying he was still seeing them, as in, anyway, and then he takes a pause. Ziggy's having a cow, I'd assume, and then he says, when I went back. Well, all I can tell you is, no, I guess it's depending on which day and shit. But see, there are only so many fields, isn't there? Now, the tree trimmers had recently moved, one day to the next, really. And talk about cutting out early. Right? But anyway, if Fred were to have seen any of the tree trimmers and say he's still seen them, implying whatever, but he just placed himself on the road or near the wells or other properties at 4:30. And then said when he went back. Well, shit, ain't 4:30 when they all say that Chad and Candace, whatever, and did Fred miss the party while he was apparently in or around the road in the Wells Park? Did he miss Candace coming and going? I mean, she did pull her timeline back to 4:30 that one time. But, I mean, because Candace, that time when she pulled that fucking bullshit out of her ass, she said she didn't see nothing about it, but then she changed that to she seen me. No, she didn't. But, then at one time she said she didn't see nothing or nobody when she come off the driveway. Remember that? Depends on which version of Candace you want to fucking listen to or the bullshit. She's had many of those. Anyway, so what did Fred, was he in Ben Hill? At 4:30? How did he miss Chad and Candace and all them coming and going from his goddamn driveway then? And what does he mean when he went back? And considering those days, now depending on which day, Fred wants to make what? 14, 15. Both of them. About like Dudley's all fucked up on. But I think by accident in Dudley's case. Fred's not so much. Anyway. The thing is, it would look like, really the only field you're looking at. I mean, you got the ones all the way in the end, right? All the way at the end. Across from Fred and others, but see, the tree cutters hadn't made it really there yet or anything. They were indeed right there just in the crossings of Simpson and Ben Hill. And then, and that was on one particular day. Before that, they had moved from the field down there at Candace and Dawn's and such. So, if you can get a bead on what fucking day Fred's talking about and when a truck was stuck in a field from, I guess, Davy or Wolf or whatever, well, we might all be able to figure out what Trippin' the Light fucking Fantastic's got in his little math brain and mixing up the days, now wouldn't you? But either way, boy, if he thinks he's seen tree cutters stuck in a field on the 15th, and he's putting himself there at 4:30, what the fuck is he doing? And you know, it takes a whole lot of observation to figure out somebody's got a bucket truck stuck. And if they're trying to get it unstuck. That ain't just driving by. And what does he mean when he says, when I went back? But wait, didn't he see Andy at 3:40? Are you telling me he left the road at 3:47, which has been not long after Candace, and Summer arrived home, and then was gone until 4:30, and then still seen the tree cutters? And then what? I mean, you telling me he could, but then how, like, right? Ain't that his thing? He finally he finally landed on the, it's a 3:47 exactly when he seen Andy. Just bullshit. Anyway, on the 15th. So you're telling me what, he was leaving out, but oh wait, they couldn't leave out, and they decided to wait, but then they were hauling scrap, but then they weren't, and then it was a car, and cars, but then it wasn't, da-da-da-da-da. But now we're to believe that he was on the road, or around Candace and Dawn's property, at 4:30 on June 15th, and that for some reason, though Ziggy tries to play over it, Fred says, when I went back. Well, hold up. What do you mean when you went back? And that you still seen? What, you miss Chad? Whoever else, maybe a Daniel, you just never know, really. And whoever else at the back here, Laura, Candace apparently coming and going. What? Wait, what? Somebody explain this fuckery. Also, I'll tell you, I mean, at least from what I know, the woodcutters that they cut out before Candace and Summer and Grandis arrived. And the day before. So, yeah, I guess they could have been hanging out somewhere real fucking quiet, like. But, you know, all the noise, everything had stopped. Any traffic coming and going, nothing, quite a bit. You know, it shut down quite a while before, so. Whatever. But. Then, of course, you have the 14th. And the timing on the Dobbs stuff and this other, and work crews, you know, if they actually stopped and then cut up for it, then they would have been bypassing Ellie and all of us down there with Dobbs, and I didn't see that either. And of course they had been working, because that's why we didn't think nothing of shit when Dobbs and the chainsaw started up down there, right? That's because we just thought it was them and where they'd moved today. But anyway, considering there was no field necessarily for them to be stuck in or anything, right there at the corner. And then remember that one of Fred's sisters said the power was out and all that bullshit too, when they were coming and going. And they tried to say that was on the 15th, but then, when y'all finally contacted the right damn power place, there had been no calls and no outages and no lines broken, none of that shit either. I believe that was Julie that swear, and I think maybe Karen. Either way, they were going in and out. It's weird if that was actually on the 15th, and what, did Fred pass his own goddamn sisters? Are they all stuck on like some other day? Or trying to make another day another day? You know? For what reason? I just don't know. Either way, there hadn't been any on the 15th. But that could be potentially when a bucket truck was used, but whatever they say. But either way, Fred just said he was around there on the 15th at 4:30. And he's still seen, and he also went back. So what the hell? Now, I'd hate for y'all to start having to add in how him and Candace seen each other on Lone Star, too. The math gets complicated with all the Fred stories. So that's strange. And then you'd think if he was coming and going, and then that truck supposedly and all this other stuff's going on, but he's like, oh, they followed in it. Well, in order to put himself coming or going in vehicles, it'd be like he could have easily followed that. I just, whatever, what the fuck ever, all this shit. Either way, you heard that. Listen again. It's around the 36-minute mark. We'll play it again.
Pete Clark and Don Wells and Frank Wright.
Yeah, Pete Clark.
I don't know what he was about. He was.
There's Pete Clark, Linda Head's boyfriend, right, at the time?
The tree trimmers, I think, was in there with over that day because they had a bucket truck that was stuck in the field at Goalies, and they was trying to get it out unstuck.
Oh.
But it was probably 4:30 or something when I still seen it.
To move or hide something without being seen, they had the opportunity.
It was probably 4:30 or something when I still seen them. And then I went back. Can we get some clarification on this? And I swear it sounds like gullies or gollies. I don't know what the fuck the dude's saying. MJ's, if this is fooling people, sure. As far as I'm concerned, he's a fucking sociopath. So are most of these YouTube creators. Goddamn Fred's just Fred. He's fucked up. He's abusive to women, children, public, danger to society. He's crazy. Well, literally, but also he knows how to work that shit like a fox, if necessary. And he also loves playing games in open and active cases, even if they're not high profile or famous. Especially if it's involved him and Lauren Candace on the odd benders, the little flavors, different varieties.
Shed. Quiet, isolated, out of direct view.
I just don't think that the shed's not like so hidden and out of direct view. I mean, not that one that he's talking about. That's right there at Beach Crate.
And look at her, she didn't follow it. She played that over Fred, saying he went back. You can't hear, make out the rest of what he says, unless one of y'all want to isolate. But I don't know. Can we get some clarification on this? Anyway, and now she's back on the shed. You want a blue couch to go with that? Jesus Lord. I can't imagine playing AI-derived video with ChatGPT and everything else used as real content or real information. Have y'all even seen AI overview answers to Google searches that are automated? I mean, you might as well skip past them bad boys into real shit. Because they always fucked up, fucking wrong, like bullshit. They're learning, guys. It is not accurate. I just can't with it. It's disgusting. This shit needs to be stopped and put back in the box. Unfortunately, it's a Pandora situation, but this shit just and stupid idiots like CZ and everybody else just using it. It's ripping humanity away from humanity, and it will destroy the arts and everything that helps humans be human and their outlets, and that will make an angrier society and less content. And there is no good to come out of AI. None. Okay, MJ's. Him saying when he went back is a strange statement. Indeed.
You know? But
Serve as a temporary concealment point. If Summer died accidentally and someone panicked, this spot would be a logical first move, especially if they plan to relocate her later under the cover of night.
I just don't see that.
Or during another time.
Yeah, I don't think any of us see that. Like what? When the helicopters are flying, dogs are there. You leave anyone that's passed away. I mean, look, within minutes, cadaver dogs can pick up. Like, are you? See, AI is dumber than shit, and this shit's gross as fuck. I fucking hate AI, and I hate YouTube tragedy pimp, well organized criminal organization and rings too. So there's that. But yeah, it's shit. And the fact that AI and ChatGPT are being used to talk about real, I just, oh.
Time gap. So now
Why would you hide her on property?
AI is back. They're digging, scanning, searching again. They're not chasing rumors. They're
I hope so. And why they say back? They've always been here. I mean, do y'all think they're just like, I will quit today, we'll get back to it? That ain't how this works. They've been here. They continue to be here for summer. You know? Dojan, have you ever thought about going to hell? Try that out. You know.
Following something concrete enough to justify time, resources, and boots on the ground. The question isn't just whether Summer left the property, it's whether she ever even moved from it at all. And if she didn't, if she was hidden right there, near that shed, in the shadow of searchers and spotlights, then the silence that followed 4:30 p.m. may have been more than coincidence. It may have been a cover. From the beginning, the timeline of June 15th.
Oh, really?
I think 165.
That's Fred's parents' pond, his house pond. That pond that they were searching, right here. That's behind 165.
Yeah, I mean, actually, completely drained it, lies.
Yeah. Yep. So this is right behind, and this is Fred,
I don't know. Could that have played into hoaxy shit too?
the Hill property. I don't know if I want to watch all this or not because
It's garbage.
right now,
I used to
Imagine what's been input into the motherfucking thing is voices like Ziggy's. And horse shit like Fred. Lord goddamn. No wonder.
pay Midjourney monthly. Now I use this AI for a one-time cost and unlimited
Please
designs
don't.
forever. Here's how.
Oh, okay, so you're just still an art.
May have been more
because
than
for one, it's I can't look at that like that. I can't see her not coming off the property because what was Andy doing on the road then? You know, I mean, I guess.
What? Hold up. She can't see her being on because then what would Andy be doing on the road then? That's implying that Andy has done something to Summer and has moved or taken her. Did anybody hear allegedly or in her opinion on that? And even though receipts and actual proof are out here, even in the messages, I mean, clearly, that he was indeed elsewhere and not on video and not in the area, she still continues to say this. We're to imply that right there. That's. But yeah, Ryan! God, they're putting out things that. Yeah, okay. And, what? And that she is just. I can't with her. I mean, there's enough proof and evidence out here already and has been for eons that Andy was not on that goddamn road. I mean, absolute proof. And she and Fred still continue to, and Ryan, and make no mistake, Andy still playing it and with it and whatever. And y'all continue to have this Andy versus Fred stupid shit. All you gotta do is see those messages. They're enough. You think if Ellie didn't have the pings from phones and devices at certain places, located at certain shit, with other things to back up, that they wouldn't have already made arrests, be like, oh, what the fuck were you doing, or any of that? Get a damn clue. Stop letting them do this Andy versus Fred fuck shit. Jesus. I don't even know how y'all are entertained by that storyline anyway. And Lord, I mean, imagine if all possibilities there, how many people were truly coming and going in Main Beach Park Road. How many could have come back in there, I guess not just Fred, that were workers or anything else. I mean, imagine So why the fuck she singling in it? It seems like it's on purpose. That's why. And it seems like y'all continue to eat it up. And if y'all stop giving it goddamn views and being entertained by it, and some good versus evil, you have to know a script written horseshit by these motherfuckers, you know, at this point, and that it's ludicrous, and it's just a rinse repeat on the Andy versus Fred horseshit. That there's literally evidence out here that Andy could not and was not on that fucking road. You know, this is fucking old. It's ridiculous, dude. I mean, really, didn't Ziggy tell you all you needed to know? And she was like, y'all are gonna make Andy look like a hero and Fred like a bad guy, and you're gonna leave us out. And she had to melt down, and the thing went down, and she came back, and she was all apologetic to the team. And got her ass under control about like they did with the Slay shit, and the targeting my daughter shit, and all that, until you get online, you know. Doesn't that tell you all you really need to know about what they're all up to? And what they've been up to, and the teams wanting done to distract from those most likely to be responsible. And to create this giant bubble of shit, you know, that can, you know, keep people from being, you know, this shit's sick. You know? And people just definitely are not calling out continuously enough to make us stop. And these teams built for each of these fucking pieces of shit, and make no mistake, Andy, Fred, Don, they all are pieces of shit monsters of one variety or another, right? To even somebody be like, I'm team so-and-so, I'm gonna, like, are all of y'all, like, fucking sick in the head or what? Like, I guess just pick your team, woman, child, whatever, animal abuser, and go with it, right? Save that one, but make this one look bad. Bitch, they all bad. Doesn't make them guilty of Summer, though. And I don't care what a script, like, really. Y'all gotta stop this. Y'all gotta make this shit stop. This is stupid. It's been stupid.
Yes.
It should have never been started. There
Yes,
was already
I mean,
evidence out here to prove it wasn't impossible before it was ever started.
Or Candy Hire taking on an SUV, small SUV and stuff like that. You know, I mean, there's little stuff that don't matter, you know, but overall it's pretty good.
Oh, you saw this one?
I think I've seen that.
Oh,
They made two
okay.
different ones. I think they made.
You see, Freddy's like, I think they meant well, and then the other one. See, Fred watches all the things. Fred and Laura always have. Just like Candace knows. They've been all making it work for them, I guess. Keeping up to date on what's happening through it, you know, thing. Since summer vanished. Playing in it. With it. For it.
Right. Hair curlers and crime. My theory, I have, like, so my number one theory is there was a debt. For sure. For sure there was a debt. And they got money off her, or that was
I mean, I guess you are pretty positive. I mean, the first time any of us heard shit about a debt was out of Fred's mouth. He is indeed the first person I ever heard say shit about debts or money. Yep, that was on Ben Hill, Ziggy. And, I still find that kind of fucking strange. Especially considering he said an exact amount. And it was very, very soon after some arranged. Yeah, that'd be Fred, so I guess, yeah, maybe he's been honest with you about that. We don't know. Could be why maybe he was questioning about certain shit in jail. It was legit. He didn't seem to think was funsies like his other horse shit was caught. lie detectors and real content for you and him.
At least that was what. Yeah, I absolutely
And the
believe there was
teens.
a debt, and that's.
I mean, they talk, the one video they talk about the shit never left the basement door and stuff like that. That's why I quit watching some of it because
He quit watching some of it because apparently the other one's wrong about scent or something and it never leaving the basement door. How the fuck would he know? Was he up there with the dogs at the basement door? Or was he just hanging out lurking in the fucking woods somewhere creeping around over here and shit or like any of that? Like the fuck is telling you the thing is it's Fred. All these things are all possibilities. Real ones.
they talk like a
Then why would Andy?
And then there she goes. Fred's talking about how he stopped the last video because it was wrong about scent stuff. And then she goes, well, then why would
Be on
Andy...
the road though, Luminous. What's your theory
Oh,
for
God,
Andy
it's
being on the road?
Luminous.
You know, there has to be an explanation for that.
Well, on the 14th was because he lived there. He was also traveling back and forth that day because of dogs. On the 15th, Ziggy, it's because he lived there on the goddamn road. And he had to go to work, and he had to come home. He lived on the road, Ziggy. And because your fuckface Fred is a liar and you're a liar and all y'all script writing and you teens are doing this weird good versus evil of two very evil things anyway. For cash and corruption and dismantling and destruction, well, I just...
You know, there has to be. I got other theories. I think Dawn Wells took her off herself. Buying and using on kids. Because, like, let's say he was just hiding drugs, like some thought, or saying, but how? That's what.
Why would he be in there at whatever fuck Fred says now, 3-something, right? Hiding drugs? Why would... Make it make sense. Why would Andy leave work to come back into Ben Hill to hide drugs? Wouldn't he just leave whatever fucking weed and shit was on him out somewhere else? Y'all make it make sense. You can't. It's stupid. And then what are you saying? He would go up towards Fred's place or to hide the stuff? That'd be stupid. Why? He doesn't like Fred either. I mean, and he wouldn't have been visiting Ed. Like, I mean, look, bro. I'm not even gonna entertain this shit because it's not even legit. Monster wasn't on that fucking road on the 15th during all those hours. Okay? End of story. And there's enough evidence and proof of that. This is ludicrous. And y'all are allowed. I'm so sick of repeating this. And people just not getting a fucking clue. That they can see it for themselves. Wait a minute. Here are these messages. And if these exact time, and law enforcement found out the pings came from elsewhere, he wasn't on camera, GPS didn't, then somebody be in deep shit. We would have seen them all pulled in for whatever, da-da-da-da-da. It's really that simple. Always has been. This was built, and y'all are made to forget these things that are out here and have always been here. that should have made it to where things like this weren't even possible for them to mind fuck you with and pull on you for what, 2 years now as they played this Andy versus Fred theatrics, and as you can tell for and the Andy's plant, they're all doing it for money. That's it. And you can see that by Ziggy having the meltdown at the team that night. Y'all are gonna leave us out. Fred's gonna be the bad guy, and y'all are making Andy look like a good guy here. And that right there tells you everything you need to know about what they're up to. Along with destroying the case, the whole solution. Because it creates a reasonable doubt in people's minds, so it's not reasonable, smart, intelligent, logical, at least. And like I said, certain teams would like it that way. You can see certain folks are pretty gleeful about that on some of their favoriteest tragedy pimp representative channels, crowing about how if it wasn't for YouTube, they'd all be in trouble. Thanks for all the dirty work, guys. Yeah.
Way before Summer was called in missing.
Essentially. I added the last part.
Same old phone?
You don't have
Nah.
to be a genius.
Upgrade
though.
to the new Galaxy Z Fold 7.
God really did say that. He was grateful for YouTube, which he, to the real media, he says is terrible. It's bad. YouTube, social media destroyed him. But then his favorite tragedy bands, oh yeah, y'all did good, and da-da-da, and yeah, we let y'all do the targeting and the fucking around, and whatever for us, and thanks for that, basically. And if it wasn't for you all, we'd be in jail. What the fuck? So, you can essentially, whatever. He said it.
Let's see, but let's keep watching. We don't have to go over that.
Coincidence.
I mean, I feel like a broken record with that. If people don't want to believe me that he was on the road, or believe Fred that he was on the road, and that Fred worked straight with the police, then
Did anybody question Fred and the police? Anyway, yeah, see, it's not about believing Fred and Ziggy what to say. It's about there's evidence and proof and receipts out here that have always been here before they script wrote and started this Andy versus Fred that prove it's not impossible. They know what they're doing together, guys, and the team, and the scripting, and they know what they're doing to you all for 2 years now. As y'all have given them a fuck ton of money based on this bullshit that was never even plausible, and there was already evidence to disprove before it ever even began. Talking about a LARPing mindfuck, right?
you guys will see over time. It's not that big of a.
It may have been a cover.
We know
From the beginning,
the truth.
the timeline of June 15th, 2021, has been a puzzle with missing pieces. Most of the known movements, neighbors working in their yards, YouTubers driving through to film, even random deliveries or local traffic.
I'm sorry. AI just told us that there were YouTubers driving through the film on the 15th. Did AI out tragedy pimps, or is AI wrong? Is AI in the system? Does it know YouTubers were already plotting and scheming out? Maybe Dylan's right. The YouTubers did it. Or connected to it. But according to AI here, on the 15th, YouTubers were already driving in Ben Hill to film. That'd be weird, eh? Yeah, but this AI-driven chat GPT garbage is... It's amazing, isn't it? Somehow, wildly enough, it's still more correct than these, ways. Fucking... It is.
Tapered off by late afternoon, the only consistent presence that day, aside from the Wells family, was a crew of tree trimmers working on Simpson Road, not far from the Wells property. Their shift ended at 4:30 p.m. sharp. They packed up their equipment, returned to their trucks, and drove off, And with that, Ben Hill went silent. In a rural place like this, silence isn't unusual. But on this day, the quiet that fell over the area wasn't just natural, it was significant. For 2 hours, from 4:30 to around 6:30 p.m., there were no workers, no visitors, no known witnesses moving through the roads near the property. That gap in activity matters more than most realize, because shortly after 6:30 p.m., Candace Bly, Summer's mother, made the 911 call that would launch one of the most frustrating and inconclusive
9 and 11. All right.
missing person investigations in recent history. What happened during those 2 hours has never been fully explained. Candace has offered conflicting timelines, mentioning everything from gardening to watching YouTube videos.
Are you looking to establish your business?
Did Candace say she was watching YouTube videos? Fuck it. She said the boys, you know what? Never mind. Conflicting timelines indeed. And stories with Candace. But it was, she didn't come off the hill until, she was calling and then it's at 4:30, and then it's this, and she didn't see nobody, no one, but then also, one of the times is that she seen me at the bottom of my driveway or whatever at 4:30. But that was around that pocketbook, you know, I think we talked about in last live and all that. Yeah, I don't know, buddy. Yeah, but y'all aren't supposed to listen or hear that anymore. Nobody's supposed to be talking about that type of shit anymore. You're supposed to talk about Andy and Fred and all the distraction shit built by the team to create this giant bubble of whatever and destructive force to destroy Summer's case and maybe keep justice from it. You are not supposed to be talking about all the real things in here, or you get punished. No, true story. So anyway, yeah. No, y'all forget all that, though. Forget it.
Is using an address other than your home? Wish you had a professional.
To helping her mother. Don Wells, Summer's father, wasn't home at the time, but his phone records and statements have also raised more questions than answers. In multiple interviews, Don has shifted the narrative about when he arrived, when he learned Summer was missing, and what he did in those first moments. But what neither of them have addressed directly is this: they were likely.
What I mean is phone records, because, like, I don't recall him really putting out any. I don't recall those being made public or any such thing, so I would AI be saying such thing. Or, you know what, I don't.
The only people who knew exactly when the area became truly empty. This is crucial. If someone wanted to dispose of a body, or hide evidence, in a way that reduced the chance of being seen, the departure of the tree trimmers was the green light. The Wells would have known the crew's schedule. They could hear the trucks. They may have seen them leave. At that point, with the property quiet, the roads empty, and no eyes on the perimeter, there was an opportunity. This too, our window isn't speculation. It's built on verifiable facts. The tree trimming company, according to local sources, follows a consistent routine. Workers are usually finished by 4:30 and gone by 5 p.m. They don't linger. That day was no exception. Their exit created what's known in investigative terms as a low-risk gap, a time when visibility, accountability, and potential witness exposure drops dramatically. If someone acted during this window, their chances of being...
How does accountability drop? I have to think about that when I'm a little sleepy, but...
seen or interrupted were drastically reduced. And yet, until recently, this time frame wasn't heavily emphasized in the public narrative.
And on the video, they put up the picture again of Summer with the blue shirt, except...
Early on, attention...
I mean, I don't know about that. I think that we all, I don't know. I think we all actually paid attention from that. We're really focused on that time frame, especially at more like 3:30, 6:30. But yeah, we definitely did look at that time. That was very much focused on, right, around 3:30 to 5. That is very suspicious.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list.
So, three.
And Lisa Boo here, who Ziggy has made sure to prop up on screen with her comment, has this to say. JSB has almost 2 hours or 3, I can't tell because the line's over, of missing time and text with Andy around 3:30 to 5 or something. Lisa Boo, go fuck yourself. I don't have any missing time. I was with my children. I was doing things on many devices that feds and law enforcement are well aware of. They have all the reams of data on, and you can kiss my last, Lisa Boo. I do love the narrative, and it's Ziggy propped you on screen, and doing whatever. Carry on. Also, have really nothing to say to a goddamn abuser. Who's sending me emojis checking to see if it's safe to stick it in a stall pump every day. And one who beats on me and abuses my children and I in a myriad of ways. I don't really have anything to say to that dude. So, yeah, and messaging was always a little dicey. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. But that day, he wanted to make sure. He was like, oh, you gotta rest, stay in the cabin, whatever, right? And meh. That, just like, no. It was goofy. Him and his stupid shit was goofy. And it was pretty telling. And, yeah, I don't have to be messaging him at, every second of whatever. I was communicating with others, though. But it's wild you assume from just what you've seen or I've released that you think they're missing times. And that Ziggy's nice enough to put it up as propaganda in there. Yep, you're a fucking idiot. But I love your all's go-getter spirit. So no, I don't have missing shit. Alright? Any of y'all stay texting like every second of every day with someone while they're at work or otherwise? Like, do you do that? No, you don't. Even under the best of circumstances and relationships, like, you do not. And either way, to say that based on just one thing you're seeing and not knowing what else held or who all anybody else was communicating with or around, whatever. I mean, it's a little thing to assume, man. Yeah, idiots. I love your go-getter spirit, though. It's wonderful. Wonderful. Uh, Ziggy for putting it up on screen. She wins an award for script writing shit. Circle jerks. It's all they've been doing and aiming at for quite a while. Like I said, carry on. Y'all do you?
Say Sarah Summer, probably. Oh my gosh. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna go. Summer looks like a blonde version of Candace. If there was any accent cover, there are several possibilities of who was involved, and only those scenarios involve Andy. So it's just a couple days after Summer went missing. He just knew something was going to happen this summer, and also.
And the thing is, how you gonna say that all that's missing like blank between all those hours from 3:30 until whatever the fuck it is, when clearly it's not. Because the responses and things and shit to Andy are, you know, in there, in between there, like, and, oh, Jesus. Y'all just do you with the scripting and narrative shit and cleansing buttholes from monsters. Trying to circle back, you do you.
Also said someone came up there and took her off the property. In the press conference, yeah, she was last seen in early afternoon.
No kidding.
But I think we're good to go, guys. I know it's a short one, but I've got out what I need to say, really.
Which was
And then one little girl that was in that blue shirt, she was the little girl that had been missing in, I can't remember if it's Alabama or Georgia, that they tried to say was Summer.
Huh.
And yeah, you just heard that. Fred just jumped his ass into Ziggy's closet and said that, um, oh dear. This is the picture inside of that video Fred's talking about. It's the picture of Summer. She's clearly inside the house, etc. Fred really just no shit, jumped his ass into the closet with Ziggy and told her that the picture of the little girl in the blue shirt was the one in Mississippi or wherever else. And it wasn't Summer. Even Ziggy's like, the fuck did you just say, you stupid motherfucker? And, yeah, listen, again, it's fan-fucking-tastic.
To say, really.
And then one little girl that was in that blue shirt, she was the little girl that had been missing in, I can't remember if it's Alabama or Georgia, that they tried to say was Summer.
Huh.
Yeah, he said,
Like, Ziggy just looked at him and then was like, huh. And then just went on to something else. See, she knows what she's working with here. She does. She's not oblivious. And it's when he says real stupid, ignorant shit like this that she just can't. She just has to let it ride. See, this is why she keeps him off in the distance instead of up close to a microphone or really ever speaking except for snips. But he sits outside of the doors or wherever like a good dog till she calls and wants him to yip yap for just a second, but only on whatever, you know, and he listens to what she's saying all the time. He stays very close, in case needed. Otherwise. But then every now you get the gems like this. Just gems. Where he says something so ludicrous and far beyond that even Ziggy is stunned speechless.
Huh. You didn't think that looks like it was in their taken in their house. So
How Gen X are getting their teenage bodies back.
So this is my mom and this is my grandma. I recently posted a picture.
And I kid you not, it just ends right there. Like, she done pushed an end button somewhere secretly, like an exit in case of emergency, and Fred says something real stupid and shows the world that he really is ridiculously crazy some days and woo woo out there and can't seemingly identify Summer that he knows or not mix her up with her. Yeah, yeah. That's a little weird, ain't it? Or that he's conspiracy driven or says shit that is absolutely untrue and easily disproven, and the rest of us are like, the fuck? But yeah, he's responding to this, like, seriously. Mm-hmm. Yep. And there he is telling Z that that's the little girl from Alabama or Georgia. Not Summer. This is shit. And I don't want to go about listening to the part where Ziggy's clearly doxing half of the community and people around Cotton, all that again. But in there, Ziggy does, I believe it's in that piece, she does say that she, a long time ago, was in touch with all these people around Cotton herself. And then when you really put it all together in under an hour hearing Ziggy's piece and what they're all, it's all there. And how this was done and what certain people around Cotton are playing in and with creators and how and why. Who fed Fred to begin with, like you can catch in Ziggy's live, interview with him from the way back. It's all there. It's not hard to get. And what they've been doing and how they've been doing it. And I will tell you, go back to the earlier portion of this after like points 1 through 40 billion. And, I'm going to hold to that. I do hold enough to show the world what the hell all these creators and certain people around Cotton have been doing since years ago. And how they tie back to Scott H. / Jeffrey Scott Hunt, who definitely ties back to teams and other shit, and sees it and all these other things, and fuck around with all of us coming online. That would be around AB and stuff. They have helped stalk us. You've heard it openly, and even Scott's like, yeah, they're two of my little. Well, those are people around Cotton, and otherwise. There are also people that have been under investigation for, I don't know, murders supposedly committed by Jason and others at the time, and all their shit being covered in blood and them playing oblivious as to how it happened. They also have tied back to certain real funky shit, and why they've been on here doing this for years. In Summer's case, or to us locally, anybody's guess, they've been asked to stop. Obviously, they've still not. Now, that's going to be a different sector of people than what has recently come about. Do not confuse those. And it's also going to be a bit separate than the shit Ziggy's doxing. And they all know that they're mixing y'all and fucking you around for a reason, too, and all this. Make no mistake. But I do hold enough to show what the creators, certain people, etc., locals have been up to, how y'all have really been taken for a ride, and still are being taken for a ride, and they're all playing it together. Ziggy, PG, Ryan, Jenny, Adrian, certain folks around Cotton, and others in this. And their ties to everything, and all the way back for all the years. Right? And for some reason, well, they've been doing the most. I just don't know. But it's been continual, and ain't nothing new. But yeah, there's something dirty and wrong and weird with all of it. Question is, who fed Fred Cotton? How? Why? And then what about that made Ryan rear up out of the new Deception Detective deck and start hanging out with Ziggy and PG to build him right on up with Sharon at that time. Nobody's confused though. Ryan and Jen have been here the whole time. Just like Deception was. And I called him out, did a live on it, and then he hit a certain piece that outs that, and that he caught his own damn self line. Unfortunately, he does not sell that in his little deck of Deception. But they're all full of shit and built things, and they're LARPing, cultivating, criminal ringing, tragedy pimping y'all to death and everybody else. So, if y'all are entertained by it, so be it. But, I'm gonna try to stick true to me and try not to hurt anyone or give them any other or further content or anything to twist around, and I don't want to hurt innocent parties stuck in between that have also requested that certain folks around them stop this shit, these creators, and lying and getting up to their own shenanigans and drug-induced whatever the fuck. Just hear that shit on video and recording. Anyway, I just, but for now, I'll continue to hold. They keep this fuck shit up though. Thing is, I don't really want to. It really does need to be done. So it rips the masks off of all these. From Ziggy to Ryan, to PG, to Jenny, to Adrian, to the rest playing this and with in front of the fucking world. In a way that cannot be come back from. That is beneficial, but how long will it last? And is it better just to hold and do with the rest of the pieces at some point? Because I tell you what, those aren't the only major things throughout this, or parts to everything that strips them all bare in front of the world and hopefully helps get them all prosecuted for the shit they're doing. And lets the world really see what's being done and how it's being done inside these open and active investigations to everyone around them and law enforcement and feds, and how this realm and creators and how they get a chance to participate unknowingly or otherwise in manipulating LE feds, courts, etc. So they can watch, follow along, do things, gather this, have this done, enact this, set up that, acquire this, dip that, get this, confiscate that, and see which direction that law enforcement feds are going so they can follow along like little parasites and siphon it up, and somebody can race to a reward or a book deal or Netflix or inundate, records offices till they get somebody to accidentally hit a button and send the wrong thing or not redact the right thing, and then they go, aha, we solved it, I mean, these people, there's no bounds, and there's so much proof and evidence of it, it's unreal. So I don't know, but I will tell you, and I am being dead serious when I say this, just like I did earlier. I have enough proof and to strip away everything from all of these right here, using you for 2 years to scripted shit, but damn sure around the cotton shit. And their goddamn bullshit, and how they're fucking you all up, and using the shit out of you all, and taking you on a sheep run. And, one wonders why all of it is as it is, but... the way. Skills. What to do, when to do it, when to release, when not to. There's no goddamn guidebook. And then wondering on down the road if it's best just to keep it all as it is so all of them go to goddamn court for what they're doing. At least in civil terms to where they're held accountable. At least in that way. And then it would be up once it's out of that way in different things because it's open different settings to get more and more and more from them under those circumstances and abilities to question in different ways to where then it would allow all kinds of agencies to be able to come in and charge them easier, maybe quicker. Or see the full scope, and just have it in one place. And then try not to contaminate stuff by releasing it here instead of just leaving it with, or, it's a damn hard call. But, I don't know, this shit continues, script writing continues, and the trying to fuck with people and write shit in, or elicit, or trigger, or get responses, and manipulate, do all the fuck shit that's being done still. Some of us, especially by the teams, continues. I'm just gonna rip everybody's faces off all at once. In like a fucking marathon run. I think 11-hour lives are bad, bro. I'll put shit on autoplay. Ready for days worth of shit. I ain't playing. And then I'll take my ass break and eat snacks while it goes down. Done with it. Oh, it was just sick, man. Evil. What they're doing in all these cases. And have been for so long before even Summers. And are continuing to do. It ain't right. Anyway, y'all, I'm out of here. It is chilly. It's overcast. It's a damn good book reading day. But I don't think that's going to happen for me. Still can't really sell this one, and it hurts to try to, so. And I'm real sleepy. My chest hurts, so I'm probably gonna try to pirate it with left eye and chill and watch something now. I've had to spend my time old school compiling all your sorry asses half the night. And, whatnot. Hopefully get that fixed, but first I'm gonna take a break. And then, maybe, like always, to being all distracted and shit, which wouldn't really happen and all being for half of the old school compile. Maybe I'll eventually get to what I've been trying to for a few days. It goes back with the last title and others, and we'll see. I meant to come out last night, but then snacks and good food and good company called my name, and it was also a pretty chill day, and there's weather, plus Lil and I were making recipes and doing things and getting things prepped and marinades and all that. So, anyway, yeah. So anyway, I'm out of here. I'm tired as fuck. And I kid you not, like 5 more minutes, I'm probably gonna fall asleep on here. Nobody has time for that, okay? Oh. Is today's? No, today's Saturday. And I really wanted to go see Pitbull tonight, but I don't think that's gonna happen. So So, yeah. He's just up the road a piece today. So, and I really wanted to go see him. But I just, I don't feel like it. So, anyway. Oh, that's why it keeps playing fucking Fireball Liquor. It's picked up on me being like, Pitbull, Pitbull for days now. So, anyway, that's what it is. It's over here advertising Fireball at me. Because I've been talking about Pitbull. Damn algorithms and shit. They're just wonky as fuck, aren't they? Yeah, I think a day nap is called for. It really is beautiful. It's chilly. It feels like a fall day. Which is bad because I know here in Wicked it's going to get that feel, but it's one of those perfect feeling days, you know. It's just sort of chilly and there's a breeze and it feels so good. And you can do the little like fuzzy blanket and long sleeve, you know, and it's just one of those days. Honestly, I'd rather chill out than that and do something relaxing with little and whatnot in a nap and all that than hot people. Well, I don't. See, I can call up and be like, can you just bring him down here to the driveway? I'll open one eye and be like, hey. Anyway. But yeah, it's that toss up. It's like, do you really want to go fucking see baseball? No. That, I can't make that. You know, I hate baseball. I'm not real big on sports like that. In arenas and shit anyway, but yeah, like, it's supposed to be the Braves game up here in Bristol today, and Pitbull and I think Tim McGraw are playing. And so, anyway, I just, it's baseball for me. It's like, they could have just been like Pitbull and Tim McGraw here. Or just Pitbull. No Braves needed. But I don't know. Depends on how much you like Pitbull. I like him a lot. Not enough to endure baseball on a day I feel terrible. Although there is a crowd there, and being amongst people and crowds is sort of one of my favorite things. So, be nice, but it's probably all the wrong people, and I just don't. Yeah, I don't feel that great. Anyway, y'all, I'm out of here, and I'm gonna want something maybe on here, to watch, maybe, and I'm not talking about YouTube. I'm gonna go try a fucking movie or something, I guess. Maybe. There was one. There's one watched the other night. So it looks pretty good. I can't remember what the hell it was. I'll tell you what, though, I've been cycling through the titles, and I don't care how many years keep going by. It gets worse for me. Like, all these titles look like they suck. The posters for posters now, right? They all look like they suck. The descriptions for the movies and TV shows, the plots, they all seem like they suck. And then, oh, I know what it was. The other night, and I love myself some Jensen Ackles, I do. And I'm super fan, right? Oh yeah. And there's this show Little told me about, and it was some sort of cop show. And I don't remember the name of this damn thing now, but Little told me about it, and Little and she's like, what? I was like, all right. And what had happened was Little had watched like first 3 or 4 episodes or so, apparently, but wanted my reaction to it. So I watched like the first 20 minutes of this stupid show, and I believe it's on Amazon or Paramount or one. I don't know. Don't care either. And it was some of the most terrible horseshit I've ever seen in my life. They couldn't even save this shit by having Jensen in it. In the first 3 minutes, the foreshadowing, everything's there. They have to do the cliche sex thing with Jensen. I was over it. I was like, you gotta stop this. Turn it off. She's like, it's bad, ain't it? I was like, yeah, that's bad. I was like, this is playbook, and here they are with the cartel shit, and this shit, and the garbage shit, and like they just did basic bitch cop show 101 script writing and just went with it and thought Jensen's gonna be enough to carry this shit. It ain't. And no, it's gonna be a no for me. It's probably the first Jensen thing ever. I'm like, no, no, and I just can't do cop shows and shit anyway anymore. So that was horrendous the other night. I can't recommend it. And even Little, who's a super fan of Padalecki and Jensen, was like, Mal, that should tell you something. So, yeah, it is horrible. And she assures me that the next few episodes it doesn't get any better, so I feel comfortable letting it go for good. And so, either way, I don't know, I think I'm gonna end up one of those people that just, I rarely watch TV and stuff anyway. I used to be big, at least on movies. Loved them, loved watching them with kids, but now I can't. And the more years go by, I think it's a thing where I've just seen so many fake faces and bullshit here, and it's so damn horrendous but real, and LARPing but real, and like, such a goddamn plot, right? By real criminals and this other, and just stuff so fucking horrifying and experienced here. It's just like, none of these movies are entertaining, and this damn sure isn't, but it just leaves you in a place where you're like, what the fuck is an alien hopping out of somebody's asshole and there's a detective involved? And I mean alien in like the little green man sense. Uh, or something it's just, you know, I mean, you're stuck in the middle of something that is just this horrendous and written and scripted and LARPed and gang stalking and criminal organization, and you just, fuck interest do I have in any movie script and plot and shit, you know what I mean? Like, spare me, you know? It just, for me, it's also, I think, even actors being actors and doing what they're doing, knowing that that's what they're doing, and they're doing it in good ways to actually entertain the world, not for nefarious reasons. It's that inauthenticness of somebody slipping into a mask or another persona, and that's just, I can't with it, because so much of it's here too, and these people do it for terrible reasons, and so, it's like I don't want to watch more masks come and go, even though that should be entertaining, and this is horrifying. I just can't. But there are a few things I've missed over the years that I'd like to pick up on again. One of those weirdly enough being Resident Alien, but I don't know, memories attached to that are a little hard, so I just don't bet on that. But I did see that one of the Stephen King things have been made into a show. The description has it all fucked up from what the book was, so I don't know about that. I think it's called The Asylum or something. I don't know. Either way, maybe I'll find something, maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just stare at the balls, enjoy the breeze, and sing good vibes up towards Pitbull. See if he can set off all the racists and douchebags that can tolerate baseball. Anyway, if everything only worked with 3 strikes and you're out. Alright, guys. I'm out of here, but I guess we're all left to wonder today why Fred was on the road or whatever at 4:30. Why he was so close to things. He was all like, oh no, the truck's stuck. And then he says he went back. But somebody missed his boys and his old lady and the party happening at the bottom of his driveway when Candace was supposedly there, according to all them and him. And I guess I missed Candace coming and going to, according to her and all her changing goddamn timelines. Shit. Comings and goings. I don't know. So I'm gonna let Fred and Ziggy explain it. I'm sure they'll have a good explanation. Alright, y'all. Much love. Have a good day. Enjoy the speck. Yeah, I said speck. In the vast cosmos. Not a dot or a blip or whatever it is there you skinwalking fucking Pizzagate, Pennsylvania fucking freak bag. Sorry. Ugh. Anyway, y'all enjoy the spec. Vast cosmos. Alright, enjoy the ride. YOLO. Find your favorite tunes, your favorite people, your favorite critters. And be good pebbles, sparks, and voices when and where you can. And as always, please share Summer's picture, information, and call her by her name. It's the most tangible way in which to help her. And I would hope y'all would do the same for Sebastian, Layla, Holly, and any other case you see these tragedy pimp criminals latching onto. And by information, y'all know what I mean. And if you don't, then I suggest you go back and watch the end of any other life. But it means real sources, not social media based or shit, creators, whatever. It means real sources, real journalists, investigative journalists, real newspapers, news channels, local surrounding law enforcement agencies. In Summer's case, Tennessee State Police, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. So stick with all them for sources of information on Summer. And obviously those will remain, for the most part, true for Sebastian and Layla and Harlan as well. But anyway, y'all, please do that for them, for Summer especially. I know it sounds selfish or like I don't care about the rest. I do know Summer, and she does matter. She will always matter. And I can't help but go, please make sure you do that for her and the rest. Alright? So, she's out here somewhere in the world waiting, guys. And every minute still counts. Help bring her home and help out the perpetrators. Somebody knows something. Somebody is responsible. There's no doubt about that. Help bring her home. But anyway, y'all enjoy the dance, the storms, life. Be kind to yourselves. Find life outside of these stupid tiny boxes and AI. Remember community and humanity and find a real tribe. Go have lunch. Breakfast. Waffle House. Don't matter. Alright. The world's not as dark as it seems, or these little boxes make it appear. I promise. Find the crowds and get lost in them without fear. Y'all have a good day, good morning, and good evening wherever y'all are. Bye, guys.